Welcome back, guys. On your demands, we are back with part 3 of story, What If Bella's Second Chance Was Alaska? Do like and subscribe if you like the story and check out the products I've added in comment sections. So let's get started. They looked the same as they did 2 years ago, just as beautiful. Esme still held the same warmth and aura of a mother, and Carlisle the sense of a father. Jasper still carried his stoic and tough persona, but he seemed to not be struggling with his thirst as he used to. Emmett and Alice were both still childlike and bouncy as their eyes glistened at me. Rosalie, well, I couldn't really tell how she felt as she stared at me, just looking at me like she couldn't believe I was there, but I supposed she hadn't changed. Edwa, Rode, he was the same as when I last saw him in those woods. His golden eyes were taking me in, seeing the physical change my body had taken over the past 2 years in which we hadn't seen each other. He saw the way my body had actually matured at the same time, as well as shrunk with the chemo and cancer. His eyes lingered on my cleavage for a second, seeing more than I had ever revealed before as a human, before he continued. The room was dead silent for several long, tense moments. The Denali's were watching the Cullens intently, waiting for their next move as the Cullens just stared at me, Almos. As if they were trying to confirm that their eyes were not deceiving them. Tanya's gaze, however, rivaled anyone's in the room, while she practically glared at Edward, waiting for him to do or say something she didn't like towards me. Her body was tense in the corner of the sectional she had chosen to reserve for herself during the video game Kate and I were playing. She was ready to move at any second, and ready to possibly set me at her side as she simultaneously threw him through a wall. The silence was broken when Alice suddenly gasped, "Emmett, no." Before I could blink, the bear man blurred. His massive arms wrapped around me and lifted me off the ground as he shouted, "Bella Bear." His muscles squeezed, his natural strength adding to the crushing pressure that was quickly building in my port. I couldn't stop the gasp of pain if I tried. Immediately, several growls rumbled around the room. In a flash, Tanya had tackled the man and torn me out of his arms, careful not to injure me. Carmen and Elazar took me into their embraces protectively as I held my port, gasping while the area throbbed. Irina crouched in front of us with a low growl of warning. Tanya pinned Emmett to the wall, with a viscous snarl by the collar of his shirt and throat. Rosalie moved to defend her mate when Kate grabbed her, quickly putting her into an arm lock that had Rosalie at her mercy with nowhere to go. Tanya snarled, her enraged black eyes glaring into his wide gold ones. "You idiot," she spat with pure venom. "Do you have any idea what you could have done?" Her grip on his throat began to ghten dangerously, so tight cracks had started to form. Alice jumped forward desperately. "Tanya, stop, it was just an accident," she called. "He didn't mean to," Tanya snarled. "He could have." She cool. "Devay," she trailed off as a low growl rumbled in her chest. I took in a deep breath and the pain began to dull. I looked at the blonde holding him to the wall and took in another breath. "Tanya," I called. "It's okay. Emmett didn't mean to hurt me." The pale woman's grip on his throat slackened slightly as her attention turned to me. Her jaw ticked. She swallowed down a mouthful of venom when she saw me still holding onto my port. I held my free hand out to her. "I'm all right," I said. "I promise." Her eyes studied me for a moment, looking for any other kind of injury, before she closed her eyes and took in a deep breath. Her head gave a sharp, curt nod as she released Emmett and blurred to my side. Her arms wrapped around me protectively and she nuzzled my head, inhaling my scent. Kate released Rosalie, allowing the blonde to run to her mate as he rubbed the cracks on his skin that were already healing in shock. His golden eyes were fixed on Tanya, looking as if she had just kicked his puppy as she lifted her nose from my hair. Irina rose from her crouch and let her growl cease while Kate blurred over to us. Carmen framed my face, making me look at her as she examined me for injury. "Are you sure you are all right, Bella?" she asked. Her thumb gently stroked my cheekbone. I gave her a small smile and shook my head. "Yes." I took her hand from my cheek. "I'm fine, Carmen. It didn't hurt very long. It was just a shock kind of thing," I assured. The Hispanic woman didn't respond at first, taking a few seconds longer to make sure I was fine before she nodded in satisfaction. Her and that still remained on my face lowered and Elazar stepped into her side, taking the free hand in his. "What the hell?" Edward's sudden exclamation made our small gathering turn its attention to him. The bronze-haired teen was standing slightly in front of the family with his arms crossed in front of his chest as he glared daggers at Tanya. "Have you and your coven lost your minds, Tanya?" The blonde behind me scowled. "I can assure you, Edward," she said lowly, "we are all quite sane and in control of ourselves." "In control?" Rosalie scoffed, looking away from her mate. "You just attack my mate and could have killed him if Bella hadn't stopped you." "What the hell is going on here?" "I would not have killed Emmett," Tanya clarified, "but I do admit that I did lose myself in my instincts for a moment." Rosalie scowled, but couldn't reply when Carlyle stepped forward, raising his hands. "Perhaps we should all calm down and take a seat. We can discuss things more peacefully then," he suggested. He glanced nervously towards Tanya. When the woman didn't immediately move, I realized she was silently asking me if I was fine with the suggestion. I set my hand on hers, giving it a skay. Ease as an answer, and her arms dropped from my waist. "All right," she agreed, taking my hand in hers. I wordlessly followed Tanya to the couch and sat next to her. Her arm immediately wound around my waist, pulling me closer to her on the cushions until I was practically glued to her side. Kate sat on my other, staying close to me as she sat on the edge of her seat, ready for any more action that would need her assistance to ease out. Irina sat on the floor in front of me, practically leaning against my legs with how close she was, and Carmen and Elazar sat next to Kate, putting a little more space between them and her. Emmett and Rosalie sat in the love seat, holding hands as their gazes stayed focused on me. Jasper gave Alice the armchair while he stood next to it, his hands clasped behind his back. And Esme and Carlyle sat on the other end of the sectional with some distance between them and the Denali's. Edward opted to lean against the wall, his arms crossed over his chest with a scowl. Once everyone was seated, Carlyle cleared his throat for the room's attention. He shifted in his seat as he held Esme's waist with his right arm and her hand in his left. "I must admit," he said, "the last thing we expected when we came here was to find you, Bella." His gold eyes moved to be resting fully on me. I rolled my shoulder. "I didn't expect to run into the Denali's when I came up here, but..." I gave another small shrug. "Indeed," he said, pursing his lips. His eyes drifted to my place within the Denali ranks. Tanya's arm just barely tightened around me and Irina leaned back enig. To have her back pressed against my bare shins. "It seems you have become quite close." Irina smirked slightly from the floor. "Bella quickly became a member of our coven," she said. The children of the Cullens stiffened, causing her smirk to grow even more as she practically buried herself in my legs. "She's definitely always welcomed with us." I gave a mental sigh, wishing I could rub my temples. "Ease it up, Rena. Ease it up," I thought. "She's not one of you," Edward snapped. His hands were clenched into fists under his arms as he pushed off the wall, letting them fall to his side. "Bella is our coven member and my mate." Several growls rumbled from the Denali's. "You do not tell us who is in our family, Edward Cullen," Tanya growled. Her lip twitched into a snarl. "Bella is our family and she is my mate." My head snapped to her and my eyes widened. Wait, mate. Had I heard her correctly? Mate as in soulmate, as in a vampire's companion for the rest of time they are romantically and physically involved with. That kind of mate or some other kind of mate like a pre-mate I didn't know about. Tanya's eyes almost the same time as mine widened slightly as she realized her slip up. Golden orbs flickered towards me for a second, taking in my stunned expression before she squeezed my waist in a silent promise to discuss it later. "Your mate," Edward sneered, his voice filled with disgust. "She cannot be your mate." He took a step forward. "Bella is mine. I had her first and I am her mate." Tanya growled loudly only to be cut off by Carlyle. "Please, forgive him, Tanya." The man holding me turned her attention to the other coven leader. "We cared deeply for Bella, we still do, and seeing her with another coven has made us a little drastic." Kate snorted. "Speak for yourself," she grumbled. I set a hand on her forearm to silence her before she said something she shouldn't. Her comment, however, was enough to make Rosalie's lip curl in the slightest fashion. "What exactly is that supposed to mean, Kate?" she asked, leaning forward as she arched a brow dangerously. Kate met the blonde's glare head-on. "What it means, Rosalie," she growled, "is that you have quite a pie." Are coming here and claiming Bella in our own home after. Carmen cut her off with a hand on her forearm. What Kate is trying to say, Rosalie, she interrupted with a sharp glare to the blonde beside her, is that certain events have made it hard to forgive easily. Emmett leaned forward. If this is because I hurt Bella, I'm sorry, he said. His usually strong and booming voice was quiet and meek, almost like a child begging their parents for forgiveness in breaking something. I really didn't mean to. I was just so happy to see her and that is why you shouldn't be here. Every head snapped to Edward again. He was looking straight at me, his fists clenched tightly at his sides with dark eyes. As my doe eyes met his hardly brown ones, I felt a small spark travel through my body. It was a flare, a small flare of something deep down in me. It was the part of me that I had been burying for so long, reserved just for him. My features darkened as I sat up straighter. Excuse me, I asked. You should not be here. Bella, he repeated, shaking his head in disapproval. You should be in Forks with Charlie. You shouldn't even be involved with the Denali's. I don't have to be anywhere, Edward, I spat coldly. And, quite frankly, I am glad I became involved with the Denali's, my family. The Cullens flinched. Becoming involved with Tanya especially has helped me in several ways, and I would not take it back. I heard small purrs rumble from the Denali's as Tanya took my hand, giving me a content and pleased smile. She leaned forward and kissed my cheek affectionately with a small purr. The tip of her nose gently nuzzled my cheek before she pulled away and gave my hand a small squeeze simultaneously. Edward's eyes went completely black and he took a step forward with a growl. The room tensed and Kate grabbed my wrist, ready to throw me, as Tanya held my hand tightly, sitting forward. Jasper was immediately holding him in place, his hand on his shoulder as he shoved waves of calm into him. The bronze-haired vampire didn't struggle, with his eyes still glued on Tanya. His growl slowly dissipated in his chest as Jasper's gift began to work. He swallowed hard, ticked his jaw and he lifted his chin, but didn't say a word as he continued to glare daggers at Tanya. Awkwardly, Esme cleared her throat. Instinctively my eyes drifted from Edward to the caramel-haired woman. Why are you here, Bella? She asked carefully. Her eyes flickered to Tanya behind me. What would make you want to leave Forks? I pursed my lips when the spotlight shone directly on me. As every pair of topaz eyes turned to me, I suddenly felt as though I was dreaming. Not dreaming like when you slept, though, almost like when you slip off into one of your fantasies that seems so real, but not at the same time. Sort of like when you graduate or go to the first day of school. It seems almost unreal when it happens, and yet you still know that it is happening, because you are there, speaking, touching and hearing everything. I had wondered how this would happen many times before. In my weaker moments, I would wonder about the Cullens, what they were doing and how they were. I would wonder if they were missing me, thinking of me as I thought of them. I would wonder if they would ever find out about what happened to me. Would Alice see a vision of my cancer, or would she see me die from it? If she did see it, would she even be so concerned as to look through my entire life until they saw the whole story? Or, would I die and they found out through various channels years later? Questions plagued my mind horribly until I would smack and scold myself for ever wondering such things. Now, however, as the Cullens sat in the room with me, waiting to hear my story, I realized I never once had wondered if I would tell them myself. I had never thought of seeing them again, not until now at this very moment, and the thought of it was startling. Yet, somehow, that fear seemed to make it more real. It felt tangible for once. I swallowed down the lump in my throat that formed at the thought. Tanya's hand gave mine a gentle squeeze of encouragement, bringing me out of my thoughts. I gave the blonde a small smile as Irina reached up to take my free hand in hers comfortingly. I cleared my throat as I turned my full attention to the woman I had once thought of as my mother. I moved up here because I have cancer, Esme, I said. Before I could continue, her gold eyes widened and her hand covered her mouth. Alice gasped behind me as Carlyle's gold eyes blinked, processing the information. I glanced at Carmen and Elazar, and both gave me nods. Charlie and I moved up here to get me better treatment after Phil met the brother of a good doctor. They are taking care of me free of charge, I said. How? The breathy question made me turn my attention to Rosalie. The sight I saw surprised me. Rosalie Hale, the strong and confident blonde vampire, was forcing herself to swallow the lump in her throat that blocked her words. Her eyes were soft, shocked, vulnerable as she forced her question out. How long have you had it? I pursed my lips as I considered it. I had it when I was little, but went into remission for a while before it came back 2 years ago. I found out about it just before you left, I explained. The woman stared at me for a moment, as if seeing me for the first time before she fell back against the cushions of the couch. Her eyes drifted down, staring blankly at the floor as Emmett set his hand on her shoulder comfortingly, giving it a squeeze as he looked at me. 2 years, he asked. I nodded. But that means this whole time, when we thought you were fine, you were battling cancer. Esme said from my other side. The statement sounded more as though she wanted me to confirm it, as if it were a question more than anything. Yes, Irina answered for me. Her eyes narrowed. Cancer that was practically terminal. As soon as the words left her mouth, I wanted to kick her. I snapped my gaze to the dirty blonde and gave her hand a harsh squeeze as the Cullen stiffened. Esme's eyes filled with venom tears as she covered her mouth once again. Irina turned her head to look at me, raising a brow to only meet my stern glare. The dirty blonde scowled, but lowered her head slightly in guilt as Jasper snapped his head to me. You're terminal, he asked in disbelief. The blonde in front of me squeezed my hand apologetically as Tanya answered for me. Her cancer was at its worst stages when you left. Over the past 2 years they've been able to get a better handle on it. Though, her hand squeezed mine gently as her thumb began to draw across my knuckles with a small smile. I gave her a small smile in reply, and Kate leaned into me showing support. Carmen and Elazar gave me the most affection they could while being the furthest from me with smiles as Irina buried herself further into my legs, one of her arms wrapping around my calf to hold it. Carlyle cleared his throat for our attention. The doctor was studying me, taking in my physical appearance as he asked, What type of cancer do you have, Bella? Which stage is it in? Ovarian, I replied. Stage 3. Quote, Your cancer is gynecological, he asked surprised. Is it the same you had as a child? I nodded. Yes to both. When I was little it came as a pretty big shock, as you can imagine, I said. It was only stage 2 back then, however, and after a few rounds of chemo I was in remission. How didn't I see this? Alice whispered from the chair. I turned my full attention to the young, peppy vampire I used to think of as my best friend and sister. Her eyes were dull and sad with no life or happiness in them as her head lowered. Why didn't I see any of this? I never saw you getting diagnosed. I never saw you coming here. I never saw you with cancer. I never even saw you again, never. Her breathing became shallow and rapid. Her eyes looked at me desperately. Why didn't you tell us? I could have looked. I could have helped. I snorted. I wanted that life behind me, Alice, I said. I was bullied in school as a little girl for the effects the chemo had on me. And after the bullying stopped it just turned to pointing and staring, knowing I was awkward because I was that girl. Moving to Forks gave me a new chance. No one but Charlie knew of my cancer before. But if you had told us maybe we would have seen this coming. I would have seen this coming, Alice argued. I could have told you when to get a checkup so you wouldn't have gotten sick again. I could have. Jasper left Edward's side now that the bronze-haired boy was calm enough to Alice's. He gently wrapped his arms around his wife as she looked down with venom tears in her eyes. She wordlessly leaned against him, using him as an anchor. I sighed. Even if I had told you, Alice, I said lowly, you couldn't have done anything. When the cancer hadn't come back for years my checkups became less persistent. When I tested positive we had no idea I even had it and the stage it was in meant I had had it for a while. Even if I had told you, the outcome wouldn't have been any different. Alice didn't answer as she buried herself in Jasper, hiding herself from the room. Tanya pulled her hand from mine at their contact and slipped it around my waist instead. She pulled me against her body in a need to feel our bodies as close as theirs were. I didn't object to the contact as I leaned into her, enjoying how our bodies fit together perfectly. Like two jigsaw puzzles. I smiled slightly at the thought when Carmen suddenly stood, gathering everyone's attention. She cocked her head at me. It's been a while since you last ate, Bella. Perhaps I should make you something to eat, she asked. It didn't escape my notice how Esme's eyes narrowed on the Hispanic woman behind her. I was pretty sure I even saw a slight sneer at the question, but brushed it aside as I nodded. I suppose, but I'm sure I can. Carmen blurred out of the room. Do it myself. Kate chuckled from next to me. You know better than to think Carmen will let you make your own food, Bella, she teased, giving my shoulder a small nudge. I rolled my eyes. I know that it's practically impossible to make Carmen not cook, Kate, but I can't help it. I've cooked for people for years and then suddenly I'm the one being cooked for. It's a large adjustment to make after a lifestyle like that. Tanya chuckled. Then perhaps it's a good thing she refuses your help. I rolled my eyes. You, as a vampire, would say that. Or just as the crazy girlfriend, Irina piped up from the floor. I snorted with Kate and Emmett even though he was still comforting Rosalie, who even cracked a smile as Elazar chuckled. Tanya scowled. I've said it 500 times. I am not a crazy girlfriend. You threw Kate into the wall for punching me. She hurt you. I was merely just getting her away before she could damage you any further. What about the frisbee? A natural reaction. Sure. Kate raised her finger. And if I do this? Her finger sparked as it made contact with my shoulder. And knowing it wouldn't hurt me, I didn't even flinch as Tanya glared daggers at her sister with a growl, but didn't attack her. Instead, however, Edward literally jumped across the room and tackled Kate off the couch. The two landed on the ground with him on top before Kate quickly threw him off. The hell, she growled. He stood up. Are you insane, Kate? He snarled. You could have hurt Bella or even stopped her heart if you had used too much energy. What kind of stunt were you trying to pull? Kate scowled as she crossed her arms. I would not have hurt Bella, Edward. I have been alive far longer than you and have had several centuries to learn how to control my gift. I do not appreciate you attacking me for something so minuscule, she growled. But she is weak, he snapped. You could have killed her if you hadn't controlled yourself. Kate's hand was suddenly gripping the collar of his shirt. With a hard tug, she not only cut him off, but slightly tore the fabric in his shirt as they were brought nose to nose. A growl rumbled in her chest. Get this through your thick skull, Cullen, she snarled. Bella is my sister, and I would never do anything to harm her. Got it? And since you don't know her that well now, her illness has physically made her less tolerant, but not weak. And if you say another word of my gift, or anything else, killing her because of said illness, I will personally castrate you. The bronze-haired vampire, honestly, looked terrified as he swallowed hard. His gold eyes were so wide he looked like a deer caught in the headlights as he was limply held up by Kate's hand gripping the collar of his shirt. Next to me, Tanya was smirking as Irina rolled her eyes at her sister. I, however, was going between laughing my ass off as Kate threatened to change Edward from a rooster to a hen. Or if I should be breaking the two apart before Kate actually damaged more than just the collar of his shirt. Although, I was kind of fascinated by what I was seeing. IKNEW that the Denali's had talked about being protective and touchy, but hearing Kate practically blow up a mountain from just a small mention of my illness was a little flattering. I'm sure it was kind of odd to understand, but seeing someone so genuinely caring about something said like that made me want to smile. Sure, I had heard it from Charlie and the pack at home plenty of times, but that was different. I had been friends with some of them forever and they weren't telling off the Edward Cullen himself for a comment he had made. I suppose it was just kind of refreshing seeing how protective the Denali's would get of me. Carlyle, both ending my thoughts and indecision, cleared his throat and carefully spoke up from next to Esme. He does have a point, Kate. Bella's sickness does make her more vulnerable to things than a completely healthy human. We know that, Carlyle, Tanya said as she raised her head to look over mine. Otherwise we wouldn't have made sure to ask her several questions on what do's and don'ts there were when it came to her cancer and how to treat her. And, Kate, you can let go of Edward before he becomes the first vampire to piss himself. The straight-haired blonde smirked and cocked her head, but loosened her grip slightly. I would admit I wouldn't mind being able to see that, she said. After a moment, she shoved him back. However, I don't want the house smelling like Edward piss. I snorted as Edward stumbled, waving his arms in the air to gather his balance. When he wasn't going to topple over, he straightened his shirt collar and rolled his head, pretending as though nothing had happened with Kate. Elazar spoke up. Also, we are not concerned of Kate's gift because Bella is a shield. He looked towards me. I felt her gift when I touched her hand. She is a powerful one at that. And I have no doubt she will be a physical shield as well when turned. The last line made me smile slightly. I knew the Denalis really had no choice but to eventually turn me, especially since I was apparently Tanya's mate that I was going to scream at her about later, but hearing them say it always made me feel a warmth in my stomach when compared to the Cullens. A shield? Jasper asked as Alice finally calmed down. The woman's eyes were now open and staring at me with her head resting on her mate's chest as she still kept herself in his arms. Tanya nodded, smiling proudly. Yes, she boasted. Bella is a shield. We theorize that she might even be able to withstand the Volturi gifts. A few of the Cullens blinked surprised when Edward spoke up, but how can you be so powerful as a human? If anything, only minimal gifts like my own should be blocked out. I shrugged, having never really thought of it. Perhaps it's God's great gift for all the shit I've had to go through, I said. Tanya stiffened next to me slightly as Esme and Emmett ducked their heads. They knew I wasn't just talking about the cancer. I pushed myself off the couch and grabbed Kate, hauling her towards the TV. All right, let's get this freaking game over with. I'm done playing nice and letting you believe you are winning. Kate scoffed and turned on the console, tossing me a controller. In your dreams, Swan. She sneered. Prepare yourself for the huge whooping you are about to receive. I cocked my brow. I win, you sing my humps and have to be my personal servant for the rest of the day while referring to me as my queen. She smirked and held out her hand. I win, you make me a song on the piano, and as you have yet to properly, you can kiss me. I scowled as a few jaws dropped, but stuck out my hand to take hers. You have yourself a deal, my soon-to-be loyal slave for a day. Hee hee, very funny. She pulled her hand away and we turned to the screen. 3, 2, 1, die, 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 my hump, my lovely lady lumps. I covered my grin with my hand and my shoulders shook violently as I desperately tried not to laugh. Emmett was letting out his booming laughter with no shame. And Tanya snorted next to me, biting on her bottom lip as she barely kept herself from exploding when she heard her sister singing. Kate sat in the middle of the room, arms crossed over her chest like a stubborn child as she sang, clearly pissed. Her head was ducked as she sang with incredibly sarcastic enthusiasm. Kate was a woman of crude humor, pranks and childlike spirit, but that didn't mean she liked to lose or be humiliated in such a way. I snorted against my hand when Irina looked up at me. You know, this is almost the same amount of torture for us as it is for her, she said with a grin. I nodded. Yes, but for us it's hilarious while for her it's incredibly embarrassing and ego-slamming, I smirked. Irina grinned as Kate continued to belt out my humps. Esme and Carlisle sat on the other side of the room, seeming unsure in whether to laugh or stay neutral with the scene before them. I mentally applauded them for even being able to hold a straight face at all. As they went from smiles to blank expressions to smiles again, I knew I was far from being able to do that. Kate was getting to the end of the song when I felt the familiar churn in my stomach. My immediately died in my chest and a chill rushed up my spine. Alice's head snapped to me barely a millisecond before I felt the bile rise in my throat. In a panic, I clapped my hands frantically. Vampires looked at me confused for a second, probably thinking I was randomly applauding when the Denalis remembered the signal. Their eyes widened and in a second Tanya had me slouched over the toy. Led with my hair back in time to empty my stomach. I gripped the counter with one hand as I held my balance on the bathroom floor with the other. My body rocked back and forth with the force of the mighting while Tanya's hand rubbed soothing circles on my back. Her lips whispered sweet nothings in my ear in a language that sounded like Russian, but was still a beautiful purr. As the contents flew out of my mouth with a cough, I heard the nervous talk rise up the stairs. What's going on? Emmett asked, stunned, his loud voice once again unusually timid. She's having an episode, Elazar explained. She usually has them after a chemo where her stomach just can't hold food down, so she vomits whatever her body hasn't already started to digest. He paused. However, it has been a while since her last chemotherapy. I retched and gagged over the toilet, spilling more of my stomach contents into the water. Tanya continued to soothe me as Carmen appeared in the doorway and joined us, dropping to her knees to carefully caress my shoulder with Spanish sweet nothings. When was her last treatment? Carlyle asked. I gagged again. About 5 days now, Irina spoke up. I didn't gag. I spat what remained of the bile into the bowl, taking in deep breaths as my heart pounded in my chest. I blinked, feeling the shock of the sudden incident slowly begin to wash out of my body. I rocked back, moving to lean against the wall. Tanya followed me, keeping her worried golden eyes focused on me. A soft smile pulled on the corners of her lips as she tucked some hair behind my ear. Carmen was getting a rag wet to clean what vomit remained on my mouth off like we had many times before. When she began cleaning, she asked, "Are you all right, Bella?" I shrugged, suddenly feeling exhausted. Tired. Tanya nodded, kissing the side of my head. You can sleep downstairs to get your rest back, love, she promised. I'll personally make sure you aren't bothered. I gave the blonde a weak smile, not really replying as Carmen finished cleaning up the surprisingly little vomit left behind. Tanya helped me to my feet, balancing me while Carmen began to rinse out the rag and hand us my toothbrush and toothpaste. I silently brushed my teeth, half-heartedly actually putting effort into the action before I spat and rinsed. My eyelids were droopy, feeling like 2 weights were hanging from them as I walked down the stairs with Tanya and Carmen's arms around my waist and shoulders to guide me. For the first time in the past few days, I truly felt exhausted and ready to drop on my feet. My thoughts were barely coherent as we reached the last step. The other vampires were waiting for us with concerned and rigid postures. Rosalie was placing a bin next to the sectional along with a pillow from one of the bedrooms. Glancing up from her task when I came closer. Somewhere, in the back of my exhausted conscience, I thought of how sweet it was that Rosalie was doing that. Before today, I had every idea in my head that the woman hated me, but today her reaction to everything so far contradicted that. She truly had seemed stunned and sad when she found out I had cancer, that I had had it longer than she thought I would have. Now, she was fixing me a comfortable place to rest on the couch after I had an episode and was exhausted. It was touching. I smiled in my head when Esme walked forward, wrapping me in her arms lovingly in the first hug she had given me in the past 2 years. While my body was too exhausted to really react, Tanya and Carmen did a good job for my part by stiffening and giving soft growls of warning to the woman. Esme, however, ignored them as she pulled back and kissed my cheek. She gently cupped it and looked into my eyes with a small smile. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked. I gave a small shrug. "Enough," I murmured. The woman smiled and was forced to move when Tanya and Carmen decided I needed to be taken away from the cullen to the couch. Rosalie was waiting for us, stretching out her hand to help me when she stopped, seeming to think better of it and retracted her hand as she took a small step back to get out of the way. I looked up at the blonde and gave her a small nod of thanks for the gesture. Rosalie, surprising me, nodded with the smallest, unsure smile I had ever seen on someone. My own lips tugged slightly in reply as Tanya and Carmen set me on the couch. Contently, I positioned myself on the pillow as Tanya slid in behind me, securely wrapping her arms around me and a blanket was draped over us. I didn't protest when Carlyle took a step forward. "Bella," he said gently, "do you usually vomit so late after your chemotherapy?" I shook my head. "Should we take her to the hospital? Is she getting sick?" Edward asked. His gold eyes were trained on me, worried and jealous as his eyes landed on Tanya behind me. I shook my head. "Wait," I said. "If it happens again with a fever, take me to the hospital." My words began to slur as I started to fall asleep from the exhaustion overtaking my body. "Shush, rest, Bella. You need it," Irina said gently from near me. Her cold lips pressed against my temple as she began to stroke my hairline soothingly. No sooner had the words left her mouth was I gone. I woke up to loud growls and snarls. My eyes snapped open and the arms around my body tightened, pulling me closer to the one behind me. It was feminine, I could tell that. And from the lack of vanilla almonds, it was not Tanya. Said blonde was standing not far in front of me, in a low crouch as she growled deeply in her chest. Edward was in front of her, mimicking her position with his lip curled back in a snarl. "Now look what you did," he hissed. "You woke her up," says the bronze pansy. Kate shot back. We all participated. Jasper contributed as he tried to help maintain the peace in the room. "Let's not play the blame game and make the situation any worse than it is." I furrowed my brow, still half asleep, and began to raise my head when a small purr sounded from behind me. Gently, a nose nuzzled my hair. "It's okay, Bella," Irina soothed. "Go back to sleep. It's just a little disagreement." As if on cue, there were more growls. I hummed. "Little?" I asked groggily. She chuckled. "Even half asleep you're amusing. Talent." She chuckled again as Tanya hissed. "I swear, Edward," she snarled, "if you dare say anything about my relationship with Bella like that again, I will not hesitate to tear your head off." "She is my mate," he snapped. "Get it through your head that you are not hers. She is mine and I am hers." Tanya's eyes went pitch black and her lip curled into a vicious snarl. Just as she blurred, Kate quickly grabbed her shoulder, holding her in place to keep a fight from breaking out in the middle of the Denali household. "Watch your tongue, bronze boy," Kate warned. "Let's just try to calm down," Carlyle said. He glanced at Jasper, whom appeared to be having a headache from the emotions. "I'll calm down when this ass here. How about all of you shut up and let me sleep?" I groaned from the couch. I brought Irina's hands from around my waist to cover my ears. I was pleasantly surprised. Wow, they work a lot better than humans. Every pair of eyes snapped to me as I glared up at them through my hazy eyes. I may have been mostly asleep, but that didn't mean I didn't know when to step into a fight when needed. Behind me, I could feel Irina's chest vibrate in a chuckle. I lifted one of her hands from my ears as Elazar nodded with a small, apologetic smile. "Of course, Bella. We apologize for waking you," he said. I snorted. "Be glad you woke me up and not Paul. That son of a bitch isn't afraid to scream at you." I shifted in Irina's arms, burrowing myself further into the makeshift nest. "If you are going to fight," I raised my hand and pointed towards the front. "There's the door." Irina, again, chuckled. I let my hand fall as I heard feet shuffling from the vampires breaking up. "I think we can control ourselves enough," Tanya said stiffly as she moved towards the couch. Edward snorted. "Speak for yourself," he grumbled. Esme cast him a warning glare and Elazar scowled. "Edward," he said in a low, threatening voice, "it would be wise of you to think of what you say before you say them." "He is usually quite good about it," Carlyle said, defending his son. "However, I do believe that the tension of today has made all of us a little on edge and less likely to think, Elazar." The Hispanic vampire scowled. "I wouldn't say any less, Carlyle." The blonde man scowled, but didn't reply. Sensing the arguing was coming to a close, Tanya moved closer to the couch, looking at Irina pointedly, and the dirty blonde behind me held up her hands in surrender and released me. Careful not to jostle me too much, Irina slid out from behind me as Tanya took her place, dutifully wrapping her arms around me. I turned over in the blonde's arms to bury my face in her chest. As the vampires began to settle around the room now that the little disagreement was over. Tanya's nose began to gently nuzzle my head as my eyes closed, helping me relax as the two covens started to speak to each other civilly. Still not particularly friendly, though. My breathing began to match my heartbeat, slowing as I started to slip back into unconsciousness. My senses were filled with Anya's touch and her delicious vanilla almond scent, both caressing me into a nice and peaceful sleep that I needed. I buried myself further into her body, letting my breaths slow and my heart rate decrease. At least, I was, until I heard a loud, "Ow." My eyes snapped open when Tanya growled. "Shut up already. Bella is trying to sleep and you aren't helping her at all," she hissed, just barely loud enough for me to hear. I grunted. "The same could be said for you, Tan," I grumbled. The room chuckled as I sighed, pushing myself up. I rubbed my eyes as Tanya moved with me, dropping one of her arms to be around my abdomen as the other stayed draped around my shoulders to give my arms room. "It's fine, though," I said, "I won't be getting much sleep anyway." "Are you sure, Bella?" Esme asked, concerned. "If you need your rest, you should rest and—" "I'm fine, Esme," I said, cutting her off. The caramel-haired woman closed her mouth and bit the inside of her cheek as she ducked her head in hurt. I gave an internal sigh and continued, "I'm just not that tired is all." "Do you want something to eat?" Kate asked. "Perhaps something light to start off with, like crackers or water." I nodded. "That'd be nice," I said. "Thanks." She nodded with a smile. "Sure thing, Bells," she said warmly. Kate stood from the couch, smirking a little when she saw the jealous glares of the Cullen siblings Sir. Prizing Ly Rosalie and Jasper included as she headed towards the kitchen. Before she disappeared, I called out, "Kate." She froze and turned her head to look over her shoulder towards me. "Yeah?" she asked, raising a brow to see if I had changed my mind. A wicked smirk pulled onto my lips as I raised my chin. I pretended to dramatically inspect my nails. "I'm pretty sure you used the wrong name for me," I said. The blonde was confused for a half-second before she rolled her eyes and did a dramatic bow, placing one foot behind the other as she extended her hands out. "Yes, my queen. Oh yeah, oh, just a little more up there, perfect. This is ridiculous. It was in the pile, and you agreed. Now stop complaining, and massage my shoulders," I ordered, not turning my head to look back at Kate. As her hands kneaded my muscles, careful not to hurt me. "But, Belle, I mean my queen, I'm pretty sure that Irina put that IOU into the pile, not me," she whined. Her fingers moved into fists as she gently rolled her knuckles across my back, moving up and down my spine. I waved my hand. "Whatever. Today you're my servant, so you get the pleasure of doing it," I said. The blonde gave an irritated growl behind me, but didn't stop her massage on my muscles. Actually, she seemed to be doing a more careful and precise job now that she wasn't arguing, and I had a feeling that she really didn't care, but just wanted to rub that I wanted her to do it in the other vampires' faces, namely the glaring Cullens. It was only the first day still, and I could already see the differences the Denali's had warned me about before they arrived. They tried to hide it, but I noticed thanks to my wonderful observation skills. I noticed how a Cullen would glare at a Denali for sitting next to me, touching me, or even just making me laugh. I didn't miss how the Denali's subtly laid their claim frequently. They would offer to make me things to eat or drink, or give me something to be more comfortable in, usually covered in their scent. Sometimes they touched me or marked me with their scent beyond clothing and smirked every time they did. They enjoyed the obvious jealousy and loathing from the Cullens. I felt as though I was surrounded by toddlers. Woo, that didn't help. I snapped my attention to Emmett as he threw his fists into the air triumphantly. Woo, he did a fist pump and turned to the growling Irina with a wicked smirk. "And that, Irina," he said, flipping his controller into the air. It landed in his hand and he blew on it, "is how you win in Mario Kart." The dirty blonde snorted. "More like how you cheat in Mario Kart, Emmett," she grumbled. Her hands opened, and the all but shattered controller fell to the ground, scattering with a slight clink from the metal. Emmett gasped, placing his hand over his heart. "I would never. You are just as bad as Kate." "I resent that," the blonde grumbled from behind me. Her fingers moved to dabble along my spine in a way that tickled more than really relaxed me. I chuckled at the sensation as Tanya shifted her head on my thighs. The blonde woman had her arms wrapped around my left leg, resting her head on my thighs to watch the game between Emmett and Irina with her body stretched out on the couch. Her position took up quite a bit of room on the sectional, forcing Carmen and Elazar to move down closer to Esme and Carlisle. Of course, neither of us complained. I was pretty sure that both Tanya and I could be 100% content with just staying in that position for years, and not give a crap on how we changed the seating orang. Emmett's that was sure to happen in the near future again, I was sure. My fingers lazily ran through her golden locks, feeling the silk-like strands run through them as a few of her many curls caught on my fingers for a few seconds. The blonde closed her eyes, giving a small hum of content, and tightened her hold on my leg in appreciation. The corners of my mouth pulled into the hint of a smile when I noticed the glare from the corner of my eye. Turning my head to the left minutely, I saw Edward glaring daggers at us. He was seated on the far side of the room, almost as far from us as he could get, with his arms crossed stubbornly across his chest and his lips were drawn into a sneer. He looked like he was begging every god and deity there was to be anywhere but near Tanya and me. I, really, wouldn't object to that. My smile turned into a slight frown, studying him carefully. I only looked away as Kate's hands hit a particularly tense spot just below my armpit. I felt my body stiffen for a second at the sudden pressure, and then relax as her fingers began to knead out the tension. "Geez, Bella," she grumbled, "do you stress your body out that much, or are you and Tanya actually screwing?" "Kate," Esme scolded. Her golden eyes were wide in shock and slight horror from her position at Carlisle's side. "Tanya, however, using her position in my lap to her advantage, slid her hand up my shirt to touch my stomach. Well, she purred, I wouldn't say it is incredibly frequent. Her fingers lightly tapped my muscles as Edward glared daggers at her and Esme and Carlyle blinked. I rolled my eyes and smacked her hand out from under my shirt, doing the best I could to hide the shiver that desired to work up my spine. Oh yes, I said, I only have to flick Tanya on the nose about 3 times a week. The blonde under me pouted as Emmett, Kate and Irina snorted. Thanks for selling me out, she grumbled. I cooed and gently kissed her forehead. Don't worry, Tanya, I soothed, I won. She mentioned the times you acted like a dog in heat. Tanya's eyes widened as Kate burst into laughter. Emmett, Irina, Alice and Jasper's laughter soon followed as they watched the proud coven leader look like she wanted to blush. You're a dog in heat, Tanya? Irina asked from the ground. Tanya growled and sat up. I am not a dog in heat, nor am I a crazy girlfriend. She snapped, crossing her arms over her chest. I grinned and leaned forward to kiss her cheek. Whatever you say, babe, I smirked. But you did almost destroy a frisbee when it interrupted our first kiss. Tanya narrowed her eyes at me with a dangerous glint as the room again laughed. A small growl rumbled in her chest and I yelped. Using what flexibility I had, I twisted myself around and wrapped my arms around Kate's neck just as Tanya snarled, Bella. Onward, my noble steed, I called. Kate, still laughing her ass off, blurred off the couch as she simultaneously threw me onto her back. I wasn't really able to see any detail, but I could tell from the colors I kept seeing that we were just making circles around the house as Tanya ran after us. Behind Tanya was Carmen as she called for us to not break anything and be careful. Of course, that left her diving to save vases anyway. Bella, get back here. I tightened my grip on Kate's neck and kicked my heels against her hips. Faster, I shouted. Do not go faster, Carmen pleaded. Eat my dust, Tanya. Yahoo! The colors around me turned into basic blobs as our speed grew faster. The slight jolt I felt from Kate accelerating was enough to make me tighten my grip. More than it already was around her neck. If Kate had been human, she would most likely be choking from lack of oxygen by now. Kate, give me Bella or else. Not a chance in hell. Please stop running indoors and do it outside. Kick it up a notch, Katie. You got it, belly ah. AAAHHH. Blank, underscore, blank. I hope you 3 are pleased with yourselves, Carmen scowled, standing in front of Tanya. Kate and I with her arms crossed. The 3 of us had our eyes downcast, unable to look the infuriated woman in the eyes. Not only could Bella have been hurt, but why? Oh, you somehow managed to almost damage every piece of decoration or furniture in this house. Not to mention actually break one of my vases. Kate glanced up, but, no buts, she cut her off. She wiggled her finger in the air. I don't want to hear anything from you. There could have been serious damage around the house with your recklessness. I glanced up through my eyelashes, trying to look as pitiful as I could. You're right, Carmen, I murmured. We're sorry. The desired effect hit directly in the bullseye as her stoic face barely, just barely, wavered. As soon as the small ripple passed over, however, it was quickly replaced with a scowl again. You better be, she scolded. You could have torn the whole house down with your recklessness. I bumped my pitifulness up a notch by jutting out my bottom lip. We really didn't mean to be so reckless, I said. Her scowl dropped a little. Let's take it just a little higher. I looked down. It really was my fault. I got Kate involved and made her run while Tanya chased us. I'm sorry. Next to me, I heard Kate scoff slightly as she caught on to the innocent card I was pulling. Sparing a quick glance up, I saw Carmen lowering her defenses and she sighed. It's okay, Bella, you didn't know it would get so out of hand, she said. I shook my head negatively in agreement. The Hispanic woman looked at me for a second, and then sighed. You can go, Bella. I couldn't stop the bright smile that worked onto my face and skipped forward. Thank you, Carm. I wrapped my arms around her neck as I leaned forward to kiss her cheek. Carmen was too distracted by my affectionate gesture to even care I was openly grinning at my success. Her own smug and happy smile was on her own lips as she nodded, touched my arms with her hands, and kissed my forehead. Of course, meal, she purred. I gave the woman a large smile, squeeze, and then moved off towards the living room where Irina, Emmett and Jasper were smirking. Tanya and Kate gaped behind me. "Aren't we allowed to go?" Kate asked. Carmen snapped her head back to them and narrowed her eyes. "Of course not," she said. "The two of you I have yet to get onto." Tanya scowled. "But, Bella, Carmen shook her head. "None of that, Tanya. You may be coven leader, but that doesn't mean you get out of everything because of it. Now if you two will follow me, you can clean up the mess you made at human pace." "Are you kidding me?" Kate scoffed. "No." She jabbed a finger down the hall. "Now get to cleaning." The two women grumbled, but obediently moved to gather their needed supplies. Irina, watching her two sisters disappear down the hall from the couch, held out her hand. "Nice. I hit it. Thank you." I turned and dropped onto her lap and crossed my arms over my chest. "Now," I said, "let's hope that it takes them a while to get that cleaned up. Blank. Bella, we need to get you home," Tanya said as she set her hand on my shoulder. Her fingers gently squeezed for my attention. I jerked my head to the side. "Charlie will be home in a few minutes, and he probably won't appreciate you being over here for too long." I glanced at the clock and nodded. "All right." The blonde removed her hand from the top of my shoulder to the back, pushing against my shoulder blade as she pulled me up with her other hand on my forearm. As we rose from the couch together, Emmett just slightly faster than Kate snatched my bag up from the ground. The large bear man gave me a smile, ignored the plainly glaring Kate, and held it out towards me. "Here you go, Bella Bear," he said, his eyes showing his eagerness to please. I took my bag from him, giving a small nod as I tossed it over my shoulder. "Thank you, Emmett," I said. He nodded with a dopey gr. In as Elazar walked forward with my shoes. The Hispanic man gave me a brilliant smile as he, like a Cinderella movie, took a knee and began to slide my feet in them. While I was pleasantly surprised, having never experienced this from, well, anyone, was slightly strange as he slid one foot into a shoe and then another. By the time he was standing, several Cullens were glaring daggers at his back. He gave me a little too innocent of a smile. "We don't want you hopping in place again to just get one shoe on, do we?" he teased. I shook my head with a small smile as his hand went around my neck and tilted my head down as he leaned forward, kissing my forehead. "No, we don't," I agreed. "You did jump in place for about 10 minutes, Irina added, pulling me into a tight hug. "I thought it wouldn't top for another 10 if you hadn't gotten your shoe on when you did." I wrapped my arms around her. "I told you," I grumbled, "it's not my fault the freaking thing wouldn't go on. Your finger was in the way." "Whatever." She chuckled and pulled away, kissing my temple on the way back. I heard the faint rumbling in the background of a few growls. Irina, confirming what I heard, seemed pleased with her work as her lips pulled into a smirk at the growls of the Cullens. She proudly pulled away with her head held high and smirk firmly in place as the Cullens followed her with their eyes. Kate spoke up from the side just as two arms wrapped around me. "In all honesty," she said in my ear, "I don't know how you could jump for so long after that fierce puppet fight and tickle war." I gave a small smile. If I remembered any of that I would probably agree with you," I said, giving the vampire a quick squeeze. I was about to drop my arms when I realized Kate had other ideas. Her nose nuzzled my head lovingly as she basically marked me with her scent in front of the Cullens and gave a small purr. After a decent nuzzle and small sniff to make sure her scent was on me, she pulled away and kissed my cheekbone. "Love ya, sis." I wasn't even able to breathe before there was a low, "That's enough." Everyone's attention turned to Rosalie as her eyes glared sharp daggers at Kate, her upper lip pulled back into a snarl. Now, while the Denali's didn't at all seem surprised by her behavior, I was. I was anything but used to Rosalie being possessive of me. Angry at me, sure. Glaring at me, all the time. Possessive of me, never. It was the first time I had ever seen her death glare about me directed at someone who was not me. The feeling was both strange and oddly pleasing at the same time, knowing she didn't completely hate me. At least. And, at the moment, she looked ready to storm over, punch Kate in the jaw, take me in her arms and hold me hostage. I couldn't decide whether to be a little creeped out or awkward. Kate furrowed her brows as she not so subtly rested her hand on the small of my back. I don't know what you mean, Rosalie, she said, her voice dripped with mock innocence. Rosalie narrowed her eyes on the movement. You know exactly what I mean, Kate, she hissed. I do not appreciate that your family is constantly rubbing your position in Bella's life in my family's face. By saying goodbye, you mean? She asked. Goodbye in the form of taunting. At least our family says goodbye. A low growl rumbled in Rosalie's chest as she took a step forward. Quickly, I pulled myself away from Kate and placed myself in Tanya's side. I think staying any longer will make Charlie suspicious, I intervened, getting the attention of the room on me again. The blonde coven leader next to me nodded. Yes, of course, she agreed. Her arm wrapped securely around my waist as Carmen handed her my clothes bag. I'm still sucking up to him. And the last thing you need is to deliver me home late, I supplied. I pulled gently against her arm. We should head that way. Maybe you can beat your record time. Irina, smoothing out the tension, snorted. Please, she said, talk. Nya only beat her record last time because she had the incentive of a kiss. The woman next to me frowned. It seems I have more incentive, proving you wrong, she said. Tanya gave a pull on my waist. Let's get going, Bella. I nodded, gladly following her out of the house while Kate and Rosalie continued to glare at each other. Blank. The car pulled to a stop in front of my house, filled with the awkward silence that had plagued the air ever since we had left her house. Neither of us had said a word either from unsureness of what to say, or just the awkwardness of the car. The silence stayed. And it stayed the entire trip. Tanya put the car in park, looking down at the ground as I stared out of the windshield. I pursed my lips, watching her movements from the corner of my eye. I swallowed a lump in my throat, running my hand through my hair. So, Bella, I'm so sorry. That went well. We turned our heads towards each other, sharing a small smile. From our unanimous continuation of my sentence, Tanya sighed, reaching forward to take my hand in hers. I'm sorry, Bella, she said, shaking her head as she stared at them. I had no idea it was going to be like that. I shrugged. It's all right, I promised. I reached forward with my free hand, and cupped her cheek to make her look at me when she didn't. Hey, it's all right. Really, I was okay. Tanya shook her head with a snort. You might have been, but it definitely was not okay. Her free hand ran nervously through her hair. God, I feel like such an idiot. I should have taken you out of town for the day. Given the family time to adjust, or something to keep that from happening. Emmett practically crushed you. There was war, and Kate and Rosalie were this close to decking each other. God, I'm so sorry, Bella. I was about to reply when the porch light turned on, silently signaling me to come in. I glanced over my shoulder and sighed. I turned my attention back to Tanya and shook my head. We'll talk about it later, all right. My window will be open for you. She shook her head in protest. I don't want to. I'll be fine, Tanya, I promised, squeezing the hand in mine. We can talk about it all later. And there really are some things I'd like to discuss with you. The vampire bit her lip, knowing exactly what I was talking about. She gave a small nod in understanding. All right, she agreed. I'll be here at 10. That should give us time to talk without you getting too tired. I nodded and quickly leaned forward, pressing a gentle kiss to her lips. I'll see you later tonight. She nodded and released my hand to let me out of the car. Night, Bells. Night, Dad, I called, nervously fiddling with the hem of my shirt as I heard Charlie move down the hallway towards his bedroom. I bit my lip, listening intently to the fading thud of his footsteps until they disappeared into his room with the closing of his door. A small sigh of relief escaped my mouth, and I looked down to my hands. Tanya would be showing up any second, and needless to say I was nervous as hell. Thoughts of our coming conversation had been buzzing around in my mind all night. I had barely been coherent during dinner, so less with it that Charlie had to call me twice to get me to answer a question of his. I could hardly focus on a task that included playing as butterflies fluttered in my stomach. I continuously felt the tingling of wings while the thoughts of everything we needed to say went through my head. One of the major things on my list was her outburst at her home that she had clearly meant to keep to herself. Mate. The word sent a shiver up my spine, a shiver that was a mixture of pleasure and thrill. It was a feeling I hadn't felt with Edward before when he called me his mate over and over again when we were together. I felt nothing compared to what I felt with Tanya. Bella is our family and she is my mate. The raw emotion in her voice had been plain and simple, possessive. It was the way her voice changed on the words, my, and, our, to make them come out harsher, firmer. She was drilling the idea into not only Edward's mind, but every Cullen in the room. She was showing ownership in a good way. Tanya wanted them to know who I was with, who I belonged to. She was proud of having me at her side, of being able to call me her soulmate. It was partially what scared me. Her complete and utter certainty in her words when I had no idea she was my mate at all, or that I was hers. I bit my lip. Tanya, by her words and no objections from the Denali's, is my mate. She is the one person I'm supposed to love in my life in such a way, and be utterly faithful to. I've owned her this entire time just as she owns me and had no idea about it. How did I go from one vampire family to another like this for a change in doctors? I shook my head with a small snort, only to inhale sharply as two arms wrapped around me. I gasped, and jerked my head to look over my shoulder as Tanya kissed my shoulder gently. Her arms wrapped around my waist lovingly. I'm sorry to startle you, love, she murmured against my shoulder. She pressed another kiss against the skin. I took in a breath, feeling instantly relieved. It's fine, I assured. She hummed, not really replying, and turned her head towards my neck. The tip of her nose barely brushed my exposed skin as she inhaled deeply. A small, content hum rumbled in her throat. Have I ever told you how good you smell? She asked quietly. I shook my head. Not exactly, I said. However, I have heard my scent is quite appealing to vampires several times. She nodded, though her hold on me tightened slightly. It is appealing in that sense, yes, she agreed. However, I am not affected by it like the others. Your blood doesn't hold the same appeal to me, and I mostly smell your natural scent of frost and pine. I angled my head over my shoulder just a fraction. My chin brushed the top of her hair. That's what I smell like? I asked. She nodded. Yes. It is quite intoxicating at times. Her nose nuzzled my jugular, not at all bothering me with how close her teeth were to my throat. I bit my lip and let the question slip, is it because I'm your mate? Tanya immediately froze behind me. Her breathing became heavier. She swallowed, and slowly pulled her nose away from my neck. I turned my head more to the side in order to look into her eyes as she pulled back far enough for our gazes to lock. The blonde vampire raised her hand to brush a strand of hair behind my ear. I'm sorry for that, for how you found out, she murmured. I had been planning on a way to tell you, but I didn't exactly know how to. I turned in her arms, gently pulling out of them, and moved to now be facing her as I crossed my legs. Like magnets, our hands grabbed each other in the middle and our fingers intertwined. I gently ran my thumb over the back of her hand. How long have you known? I asked. How did you even decide I was your mate? Tanya shook her head with a small chuckle. I didn't decide you were my soulmate, Bella, she corrected. Her head lolled to the side. Did the Cullens tell you nothing about mating? I thought, biting my upper lip as I searched my memory. Slowly, I shook my head. No, I said after a moment's hesitation. They never really told me anything about it. Besides, it was the person they spent the rest of eternity with. Tanya nodded. That is true, she said, however that isn't all of it. She barely scooted an inch closer. Each vampire has a soulmate, Bella, someone who completes them. They are the vampire's other half, and we don't decide who it is they are born as our mate that we will eventually meet. A vampire will know who their mate is as soon as they look in their eyes. The bond is instant after eye contact. But only the vampire of the couple, if both are not vampires, will feel the effect of it immediately. She reached up and cupped my cheek with a small smile. As soon as I looked into your eyes in that bookstore, I knew, Bella. I've always known since the day we met. To say I was shocked was an overstatement. I was surprised, sure, but I wasn't completely shocked. It was like I had known about this, or at least anticipated this somewhere deep down in me. The knowledge of being mated to Tanya and having always been her mate wasn't as much of a shock as I thought it would be. I wondered in the back of my mind if I had always known about the mating bond, at least to the best of a human's ability. It was a possibility as to why I even let her into my life in the first place. or the unmistakable draw I felt towards her from the beginning. It seemed the bond was there the whole time. I bit my lip, letting it drag out of my teeth as Tanya watched me intently. "So this is like imprinting," I said after a moment. The sentence came out as more of a thought as the similarities suddenly connected for me. Tanya's brow furrowed. "Imprinting?" she asked. I waved my hand. "It's the wolves' version of mating. It's close enough to how the shifter and imprint feel about each other after a shifter imprints," I said dismissively. I looked down at our hands again, stroking the back of hers still. "How were you able to hide it for so long? If your instincts are anything like the wolves, after they first imprint." I shivered at the thought. Tanya gave a low chuckle. "Believe me," she said, "there were several times I almost lost my control. Keeping the secret was easier said than done, Bella, very much so." She pursed her lips as a thought mulled over in her mind before she squeezed my hands. "You see, Bella, newly mated vampires are very high on instinct. Any normal mating instincts like Carmen and Elazar are tripled tenfold. We are highly possessive and protective in the beginning. Most vampires that mate with other vampires mark each other the instant they meet." I furrowed my brow. "Are you talking about what you told me earlier about your instincts towards me?" I asked, pulling one of my hands away to use finger quotes. "The whole wanting to have sex with me?" She nodded, giving a small smile. "Yes, but I may have left out a little for that," she said, lowering her head sheepishly. I raised my brow for her to elaborate. Hearing a vampire was so possessive of their girlfriend that they wanted to have sex with them all the time was hard enough, but what could she have left out? Moving just a little closer, she continued, "Newly mated vampires are not just possessive and protective, Bella. They are, well, for a lack of a better word, horny all the time and want to have sex with their mate even if it doesn't mean marking them." I felt my brows rise slightly. "You want to jump me?" She nodded, giving a slight smirk. "Of course," she said. "Not only are you an extremely attractive woman, Bella, but you are also my mate. You have no idea how many times I've had to keep myself from shoving you into the nearest room and ripping your clothes off." "Ah." It was the only response that I could think of, or even let out at the moment. In the back of my mind, I was trying to rack my brain for all the times that Tanya could have been having that conflict. The guy at the store was one possibility, the one she looked ready to kill when he wouldn't stop hitting on me. Maybe when we were in the cafe or on our first date, and definitely the first night she came here. But besides that, I was drawing a blank. That was 3 times in all I could think of, and she made it sound as if there had been at least 10 times she had to control herself in the past few months. I admitted that swallowing the idea was a little tougher. Tanya took me out of my thoughts as she chuckled lowly. "In all honesty," she continued, "being alone with you right now is not helping much either. Edward and his family have made my instincts a little more prominent tonight." As if she needed evidence, her eyes darkened just a shade as her eyes flickered down from my face to my chest and then back up. I resisted the urge to groan. If this conversation was going to continue, a horny Tanya was the last thing I needed right now. I lifted my hand and snapped my fingers in her face. "Girl, focus." Tanya shook her head and blinked rapidly, bringing her eyes to their usual gold color. The blonde offered a small apologetic smile and nodded. "Of course, my apologies." She took the hand that still laid in hers into her lap and began to fiddle with my fingers with both hands. "However, for obvious reasons I cannot mark you in such a way, and that results in making my instincts go haywire. Because I cannot mark you in any way, especially with the physical sign of a bite mark." My eyes widened. "Bite mark?" She nodded. "Yes," she said. "The bites usually occur when both are near the climax. The pleasure will hide the pain that way." I nodded slowly, letting the thought of Tanya biting me roll through my mind. While the thought of having sex with Tanya was honestly quite pleasing, the thought of her biting me diminished the mood a little. I forced myself not to shiver and awkwardly cleared my throat. "So, let me get this straight," I said. "Vampires now their soulmate the moment they look into their eyes, and are immediately hit with the need to have sex with them, protect them and be possessive. And, to mark their mate they need to have sex with them and bite them during sex. But near the climax so that the pain isn't felt." She nodded. "Essentially, yes." I nodded. "I believe I understand." Tanya smiled and tilted her head to the side with a slight smirk. I hope this wasn't too awkward for you. I rolled my eyes playfully. Tanya, what have I been saying the whole time I have known you and your family? I asked. She chuckled. I know. You have a pack of teenage frozen boys at home and are used to it. She gave my hand a squeeze. But that doesn't mean you aren't going to feel awkward talking about something like this with me. I mean, you did just discover today that I am your soulmate, and you are mine, for which I still apologize for immensely. That really was not how I meant for you to find out that we were mated, and I cut her off by connecting our lips in a kiss. My free hand cupped her cheek, holding her in place. She didn't react for a moment, surprised at my sudden kiss, before her hand slipped out of mine. Hold my jaw as her lips moved in sync with mine. I pulled back after a few moments, and smirked when I saw the blissed glaze in her eyes. I chuckled, causing her to snap back to earth. You know, you're cute when you ramble. I pecked her lips before I pulled away fully, letting our hands connect in her lap. Tanya raised a brow. Is that so? She asked. A seductive smirk pulled onto her lips and she leaned forward. If that is the case, then maybe I should ramble more often to have you shut me up, As she continued to lean forward for another kiss, I leaned back and put my hand on her face literally. I gave her a push as I shook my head. Damn, Tanya, control yourself. Have you forgotten we're here to talk, not fuck? She snorted, jerking her head away as she grumbled something her breath that sounded suspiciously close to, yet. I cocked a brow. What was that? Her head snapped up. Nothing, she said, offering a sweet smile. I hummed, but didn't reply. Instead, I moved on to another subject. So, how did it go after I left? Tanya groaned, rolling her eyes. Every thought of her sexual needs seemed to leave her mind as she turned and plopped onto the bed on her back. Her head landed in my lap to stare up at me. It was like my house went from a zoo to a fucking circus. I raised a brow. Circus? I asked. She nodded as her eyes closed, raising her hand to rub her temples. Yes, she grumbled. After I got home, I found Kate and Rosalie in a brawl while Irina and Emmett were tiptoeing around each other, daring the other to touch Rosalie or Kate. The others couldn't do much. And Edward was in my face about forcing you into a relationship that you didn't want or need as soon as I was in the doorway. My right fingers began to glide through her hair, massaging her scalp as my other began to massage her temples. How long did that last? I asked. She sighed, lowering her hand to let mine do the work. A while, she admitted. Edward wouldn't shut up until I threw him out of the door. And I had to get between both Rosalie and Kate while Carmen and Esme came to a silent agreement and stopped Irina and Emmett from becoming involved. That didn't end the fighting, though. Now that you were gone, it was like all filters were off and everyone was screaming at each other. About what? She snorted. A better question is what wasn't said, she grumbled. Tanya shook her head and took in a breath, letting out a small sigh. It was mostly about you, of course, accusations of wrongful claims, treatment and shit. Several physical fights almost broke out from. How heated things became so quickly. I don't think either of our families have ever been so undone before. I suppose I should be flattered in my ability to unravel both covens, then, I teased. My F. Fingers pressed a little harder into her scalp. Did you finally get it settled to the best of your ability, I mean? She nodded. We did, she said heavily. However, I wouldn't be surprised if the lens were more forward and verbal the next time you come over. I think they were waiting to see exactly where you were with us before they decided to take action. Her eyes opened to meet mine. Rosal, i.e. was surprisingly persistent in calling you her sister. I arched a brow. Rosalie. She nodded. Yes. Her eyes closed. I believe that she has always been fond of you, at least in her own way. Her beast has clearly kicked her instincts into action today. I believe that the possibility of your vulnerability in your illness has made what affection she's had for you surface powerfully, and made her react slightly stronger than the others did in the sibling claim from her lack thereof in the beginning. I cocked my head as her statement rolled through my mind. Rosalie being possessive of me because she never fully had me in the first place, it was slightly hard to swallow. The blonde woman had always taken what chance she had to glare at me, or outright curse my existence with her stare. I was very used to the idea of Rosalie hating me, but the idea of Rosalie actually liking me and being fond of me, that was a whole new territory. However, her actions today did support Tanya's theory. For example, she hadn't actually glared at me when they first came into the Denali home. She had just stared at me, but didn't sneer, snarl, hiss, growl or glare. It was possible she had just been so shocked in seeing me again that her instincts were trying to comprehend what to feel, just as it was the other Cullens at the given moment. Another example was both my episode and learning of my cancer itself. She had genuinely looked so shocked and possibly, now that I thought of it, even sorrowful at the knowledge of what had been my life for the past 2 years. Of course, being glad someone had cancer was a horrible thing. But her reaction was more than I thought I'd receive from her. Her voluntary actions of preparing me a small spot on the couch was also surprising after my episode. IVA. Bewley remembered the blonde preparing it for me, and going to help me before she had backed off, most likely to the Denalis around us. Everything Rosalie had done today was completely opposite of what I expected. The blonde seemed to truly see me as her sister, and was openly jealous of Kate's actions towards me in the Denali home earlier. And, if the behavior of both women continued, I wouldn't have been surprised if the two got into more fights in the future. I scowled at the thought, only to snap back as Tanya let out a content sigh under me. A purr rumbled freely in her chest and a smile spread across her lips. "This is very relaxing," she murmured. I smiled and bent down, giving her a quick Spider-Man-style kiss on the lips. "I'm glad I could help. I already had my massage from Kate today, so I am fully relaxed." Tanya grinned under me, bit her bottom lip, and hooked her hand behind my neck. She brought our lips together again, this time deepening the kiss while I continued to hover over her. The kiss was only lips, a gentle pull-on pull of skin. There was no tongue, no desperation, or need, or even sucking. It was a pure, gentle, loving kiss that seemed to last for only a few seconds. When according to my lungs it was actually several long minutes. We pulled back in unison, as if we both sensed my need for air at the same time. I took in deep breaths of air, not raising my head far above hers as she took in unneeded breaths. Her hand on the back of my neck began to move, letting her fingers slide into my hair where she massaged my scalp. Her other lifted from the bed to stroke my cheek gently, caressing my skin lightly with her fingertips. A sharp, ragged breath came from her as she gasped, "I love you." I froze at first. Her voice had come out breathy, low, so low and I had trouble discerning what she had said for a second. As soon as my mind registered it, however, I felt the warmth begin to seep through my body like a blanket gently wrapping around my shoulders. I closed my eyes as the feeling consumed my body, taking away any thoughts of doubt I had left of this relationship. Every fiber of my being seemed to come alive in that moment, and I couldn't stop my words if I tried. "I love you too," I grunted as I began to slip back into consciousness. Behind me, I could feel a body pressed into mine, spooning me perfectly as two strong arms wrapped around me protectively. A nose gently nuzzled my hair, inhaling my scent with content purrs rumbling in the chest behind me. A small smile pulled on my lips as Tanya nuzzled her way to my jaw. "Good morning, love," she murmured, gently pressing a kiss to the top of my jaw. Warmth spread through my body from both the contact and the word. Memories of the confession last night seeped into my eyes, playing like a movie as I heard her say, "I love you," over and over again on replay. It was like having your favorite song roll through your mind, lulling you into a trance. We didn't make love like in the movies or romance novels, though. We hardly even went past first base as we led our kisses, brushing of fingers and nuzzling of noses, say, "I love you," as many times as we wanted until I fell asleep in her arms. I flipped in her arms, rolling onto my opposite side to look into her eyes. I smiled, raising my hand to gently stroke her cheek. "Morning," I said lowly. My thumb moved lightly across her cheekbone, and her eyelids fluttered shut in content. "Did you sleep well?" I nodded, leaning forward to kiss her. "Very well, I'm glad," she smiled. Her hand drifted from my waist to my head, gently wrapping her fingers into my hair. Her lips met mine again in a tender kiss, using her hold on my hair to press for more. I obliged happily to let our mouths move together, giving soft and tender kisses that chased away any fatigue that remained. We pulled back after several moments, smiling like idiots. I cocked my head, suddenly aware of the silence downstairs. Is Charlie not here? I asked, glancing over my shoulder. Tanya shook her head. He left a few minutes before you woke up. I heard him writing a note, so I believe he is either making errands or going to the precinct. I nodded and returned my entire attention to her again. My fingers began to gently stroke through her hair. Have you heard anything from your family recently? Mostly on who's dead. The blonde snorted, but shook her head. No, I haven't heard anything. Kate would have called to give us the great news, she said. A smirk pulled on her lips. I think everyone decided to leave us alone last night to, she leaned forward suggestively, clear things up. Quote, I raised my brow and gave her a small shove. Why do I have a feeling that if you were a guy, you would be hard right now? I asked. Because I would really like to. I waved my hand. Never mind. I cut her off. It's still too early to be dealing with any Kate attitude or remarks. The blonde didn't argue, though she seemed amused, and nodded. Of course, darling, she smiled. However, if you are in the mood for anything having to do with. All right. I pulled against her arms and threw my legs backwards to set them on the ground. I gave a hard shove off the bed. I'm up. I threw my hands in the air over my head for emphasis, not turning around. Tanya chuckled behind me. I'll stop, she promised. There was a small whirlwind as she appeared next to me. She pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek. I'll go make you breakfast while you do your morning routine. I didn't have a chance to reply before she disappeared and the sound of pots and pans bang. Jing together wandered up from the kitchen. Blank, _, blank. 20 minutes later, I was walking into the kitchen to find a nice meal of eggs, pancakes and toast. A glass of MILK was set out with a V8 on the table in front of the plate, ready for my disposal. I turned my attention to Tanya, who was putting the last of the now clean pans away. I swiftly walked up behind her, wrapped my right arm around her waist. I joined my left hand with hers, and kissed her bushy blonde hair. You didn't have to do everything, I said in her ear. Tanya chuckled and turned in my arm to face me. Her free hand rested on my shoulder. No, she agreed, but I wanted to, so therefore you can't say anything about it. She gave my lips a quick peck. She pulled away, turning me towards the counter. Now go eat your food. I held my hands up in mock surrender. I took a step forward when her hand smacked my ass. I yelped and turned around to glare at the woman who just smirked with a look that said, "Move or I'll do it again." I quickly scurried to the counter instead of take my chances. As soon as I was awkwardly seated on the stool, I shoveled a large bite of pancake into my mouth. Tanya chuckled as she seated herself next to me, resting her head on her open palm while her gold eyes watched me with a smile. As I chewed, I noticed a small piece of paper on the counter not far away. Reaching forward, I swallowed and pulled the paper towards me to read. Bells. Afraid I'm gonna have to be on the job for a while today. I wanted to stay home until I heard the results of the test, but I wasn't able to. If the hospital calls before I get home, call me as soon as you can with the results of the scan. BDE. Best dad ever. P.S. I don't have a problem with you hanging out with the Denali's today unless you are secretly conspiring to have sex with Tanya. I rolled my eyes. Seriously, Dad, I groaned. What? I shook my head, crumpling the paper up in my hand. There was no way I was going to let Tanya see that. My father, I answered. I tossed the paper onto the counter and shoveled another bite of pancake into my mouth. Was it the part of us having sex, because I can fully deny that I have several plans in that category already filed even if we can't, she said innocently from next to me. I snapped my head to the side. Seriously, Tanya, she shrugged. I'm a vampire with a mate, Bella. You can't blame me. I, again, rolled my eyes and shook my head. I waved my hand in the air dismissively. I am not going to even comment on that and continue eating my breakfast. Which breakfast? I could possibly count eating me as another kind of meal for Bella. Tanya jumped off her stool as the milk I threw at her ran down her face, chin and neck to stain her shirt. I smirked, setting the glass down. I thought you needed to cool off. She wiped her eyes with a small growl. You didn't have to throw your milk in my face, she snarled. I shrugged, opening my V8. Your mouth wanted to be full of something, so I gave it something. I took a drink of the V8 as the blonde next to me growled again and took a step forward. Should I throw this on you too? Blank, underscore, blank. What in the hell happened to you? Irina asked from the armchair she was currently occupying in the living room with a book in her lap. Her nose was wrinkled in disgust. Most likely from the more than likely spoiled milk in Tanya's hair and shirt that was still soggy. Said blonde glared at me as I proudly walked forward. Bella decided to get creative with her breakfast and threw it on me. She growled. I shrugged innocently. I was just cooling you off. She growled. I was perfectly cooled, thank you. You looked ready to jump me all morning. Oh please. She waved her hand dismissively as Kate began to snigger from the couch. I was anything but. Is that what you call smacking my ass? I was trying to get you to move. Is that why you were smirking? Yes, to scare you. And it worked too, because you ran off like a roadrunner with a coyote after it. I scowled and heard the sniggers behind me. Tanya gave a proud smirk. Whatever, I snorted. I jabbed my finger up the stairs. Go change. You stink. And whose fault is that? Yours if you stay down here any longer. Tanya rolled her eyes, but disappeared up the stairs, and I could faintly hear the sound of the shower turning on. I turned around towards the two families gathered in the living room now that Tanya was gone, only to come face to face with Rosalie. I jumped back with a ninja. A like move that would have made me fall on my ass had her hands not secured my waist. She smirked. I thought you were over your clumsy stage, Bella. I frowned. I am, I said. But jumping back and you discover someone standing directly behind you is kind of a natural reaction. She hummed, releasing my waist. Over her shoulder, I noticed Irina closing her book in order to stand from her place in the armchair with a frown. Clearly, the dirty blonde did not like me being so close to Rosalie or having Rosalie touch me, for that matter. Before she could even stand, however, Rosalie was already taking my hand and pulling me to sit next to her on the loveseat with Emmett. I couldn't stop my eyes from comically widening from a Rosalie Hale actually touching a human voluntarily, b Rosalie Hale being friendly towards me. And see Rosalie Hale's smugness as she pulled me not onto the couch, but onto her lap with her hands on my hips. I was frozen on the blonde Cullen's lap while Irina and Kate seethed. Their usually gold eyes were now almost completely black, and their upper lips were curled back into snarls. If looks could kill, Rosalie would be a pile of ashes on the couch right now. I glanced around the living room, and realized how apart the families actually were. On the right side of the living room were the Cullens. They occupied every piece of furniture available on said side or floor. The left was all Denali. Kate, Carmen and Elazar were taking up what room they could on the sectional, leaving a spot for Tanya and I with Irina in the armchair. That wasn't all, though. Ith the claiming of territories in the Denali house, there was also a difference in emotion. The Cullens including Esme and Carlyle were smirking, sitting up straighter with their chins held high as Rosalie smugly smiled at Kate and Irina. The Denalis looked ready to start World War III. Their eyes had dramatically darkened as they glared daggers at the loveseat. Carmen and Elazar had their fists clenched, holding onto the other's hand in a futile attempt to keep what control they had left. Kate and Irina were settling for basically crushing what their hands had at disposal, meaning a couch cushion and book. The room was filled with an awkward, at least for me, silence for several minutes. The two families didn't seem to think it was as they continued to smirk or glare at the other. Both families, also, were ignorant to my discomfort on Rosalie's lap. Now that the shock of Rosalie reacting to me in such a way was over, and having had what Tanya said last night go through my head, I was currently trying to get off subtly. I shifted my weight, trying to get the blonde's attention to let me go, or anyone's, but none saw. I then tried tapping her thigh with my finger, but that only accomplished her grip on me tightening. It wasn't hurtful, far from it, actually, but it was enough to make me roll my eyes when the Denalis began to growl. So, after two failed attempts, I had now decided to be obvious. I shifted my weight to the most open spot on the couch next to just her, not between her and Emmett, and tried to slide off. As soon as I began to move, however, Rosalie caught onto what I was doing and slid her arms around my waist, pulling my back flush against her chest to hold me hostage. Damn it. Kate finally had enough and stood. Bella, she said stiffly. Her eyes were focused on Rosalie instead of me. How about you and I play a video game? Here, on the floor. Rosalie hummed. She'll be perfectly fine here, Kate, she said from behind me. To prove her point, she rested her chin on my shoulder. Just toss her a controller. I think having them both on the floor is more enjoyable for both while they play, Rosalie, Carmen countered. Her dark eyes were focused acutely on the blonde as she spat out her name. I'm sure Bella will have just as much fun from where she is, Carmen, Esme said in a sickly sweet voice. Her lips pulled into a smug, innocent smile. Does it really matter where she is? Tanya's voice called as she came down the stairs. She had yet to be in sight, and clearly had no idea what was going on, and just didn't want another fight. Because I really don't. She stopped mid-sentence as soon as she was in view. Her hair was up in a messy bun to dry that I even in this tense moment found pretty attractive, and her mouth was pulled into a frown. The two topaz orbs immediately darkened. Then we are at an agreement, Emmett said. Bella Bear can play from Rose's lap. He patted my leg with a dopey grin that really didn't scream anything was out of character with him. Tanya scowled, raising her chin as she moved to stand next to her sister. Actually, she said, as Bella's mate, I would prefer her to sit in my lap if she is to sit in anyone's. Edward sneered, but forced down his comment at her claim and instead said, but Irina had Bella in hers the other day. Surely you wouldn't change your mind about it so instantly. Irina joined the other two. I am Bella's sister. Rosalie let out a small growl from behind me. And I am as well. Kate scoffed. Really? She asked sarcastically. You were the one who glared and growled at her every time she was around you. The blonde behind me stiffened. Her growl raised just a pitch. Her grip around my waist tightened, and the Cullens sat forward, almost like they were waiting to jump into a fight with the Denali's. I did not fully understand her. Then, Rosalie hissed from behind me. And that is none of your business, Kate. If it has to do with my sister, I'd say it does. Rosalie's lip curled in warning. I glanced back at her nervously. I wasn't too fond of the idea of sitting on a pissed-off possessive, protective and potentially instinctual vampire's lap. Now that the idea was in my head, I was completely not fond of it. In as calm of a way as possible, I tried to remove myself from her arms to put the situation down a little. As soon as I moved, however, Rosalie tightened her grip with one arm. Took one of my hands in hers and nuzzled my hair. While you may feel that way, Kate, Bella really is my sister after her involvement with my family. Isn't that right, Isabella? I felt my spine stiffen as she purred my name into my ear. My nostrils flared when I suddenly found myself swimming in the scent of Rosalie's pheromones. The tactic was enough to make my body suddenly feel heavy, and I went limp. And based on the Denali's faces, it covered me in her scent. Holy shit, this must be what addicts feel like. No wonder humans get killed by vampires so easily. Humans being killed, that's sad. Bella, focus. Right. I blinked my hooded eyelids, trying to fight against her scent as every Denali stood at attention. Tanya hissed, taking a step forward with a deep growl. Kate and Irina looked ready to tear Rosalie apart while Carmen and Elazar seemed to contemplate how to get me out of Rosalie's grasp. The Cullens weren't much better as they readied to take the Denali's apart. Just as Kate moved forward. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? I blinked, immediately snapped out of my high from Rosalie's scent at the foreign sound. The vampires around the room seemed to be taken aback enough by the phone that they stopped their advancement. Quickly, I scrambled for my phone, and fumbled it out of my pocket in time to see Charlie's name on the screen. I quickly slid my thumb across it and put it to my ear. Hi, Dad, I said awkwardly. I mentally shook myself to get the rest of the vampire hormone scent thingy effect off. Hey, Bells, he said through the phone. I could faintly hear other cops in the background. How you doing? I glanced around the room. Tanya, Alice, Elazar and Emmett had stopped glaring at the others to listen to my conversation with Charlie, but the others glared right on. How have I been? Well, I've been smacked on the ass, poured milk on my mate, been caught in the middle of a vampire showdown. And have been doped up on Rosalie's pheromones. I'm peachy, he hummed. I see, he said. I suppose things down here haven't really been very eventful for me, either. Not eventful, yeah. However, There have been a few things. I zoned out when I felt Rosalie shift under me. She moved her weight to be leaning against the couch cushion behind her, practically forcing me to be leaning against her unless I wanted to be uncomfortable with her arms around me. Her hand released my free one to wrap around my waist, pulling me fully against her again, and began to run her fingers through my hair to apply even more of her scent on me. The Denali's were not happy, and I found it both distracting and annoying. I smacked her hand away, giving the blonde a glare over my shoulder. Rosalie pouted, yes, outright pouted in an attempt to win my forgiveness. I narrowed my eyes at her. She huffed and frowned in annoyance, but didn't do it again. I gave a small nod of approval and looked away from her after I was certain she wouldn't do it again, just in time to hear Charlie say, "Anyway, that's not why I'm calling. The hospital called with your test results." He immediately had my full attention with every vampire in the room. I sat up straight, Rosalie loosening her grip enough to follow me. Her arms tightened around my waist anxiously while I had every pair of either topaz or dark brown eyes focused on me. "They did?" I asked. "What did they say? Was there any growth?" I could practically feel his smile. "No new growths," he reported. "In fact, the tumors have started to shrink more. It isn't a lot, but it is progress." A breath I hadn't realized I had been holding blew out of my nose as a smile pulled on the corners of my lips. The Denali's smiled, their eyes immediately brightening several shades. Rosalie purred and nuzzled my shoulder behind me. Charlie continued, "Drive. Ford says that the treatment will stay the same. If you continue to progress, he will keep it that way. But change it to a stronger treatment if necessary." I nodded. Good, good." I ran my hand through my hair, desperately trying to ignore the many purrs and stares from the vampires around me. "Is that all they said?" "Pretty much, but I can tell you the rest later when I get home, okay?" he asked. I nodded again. "Sure, I'll see you later. Love you, Bells." "Love you too, Dad." I hung up the phone, letting it fall onto my lap limply as a smile took over my lips. The cancer was shrinking, progress was being made. It was slow progress, but it was still progress that led me a step closer to being in remission. It would take me some time to go into remission, of course, but it still meant I had a chance. I had a chance of going back into remission, and I didn't care how long it took at the moment. I was snapped out of my thoughts as Tanya, purring deeply, blurred forward and scooped me out of Rosalie's arms. The blonde looked like she wanted to protest, but wisely let me slip out of her grip to allow my mate to embrace me. I wrapped my arms around her neck instinctively, smiling as she purred, "This is wonderful news, Bella." I nodded, ignoring her nuzzles to replace Rosalie's scent with her own. My arms tightened just a fraction around her, burying my face into her neck to inhale her scent. My muscles reflexively relaxed at the sedative of her calming vanilla almond scent. She pulled back just enough to kiss me, quick and passionate. The wicked grin she wore lit up her golden eyes as her happiness seemed to shimmer from her. The blonde woman in front of me looked ready to move to mountain ranges with one hand. She was so confident and happy. And, at that moment, I felt like I could too. Irina, you are going to break Bella's spine if you do that any longer." Elazar sighed from the other side of the room. He was barely looking at us over the top of his book. She shrugged. "Bella seems to be enjoying it," she said. Her hand continued to hit my back to make my voice vibrate. I grinned. These foon ha ha. "It may be fun," Alice said from her place on the Cullen side of the room in Jasper's lap. She had been watching me intently ever since the phone call, like she was waiting for something to go wrong. "But that doesn't mean the rest of us enjoy it." I waved my hand at her. "Whatever." Irina chuckled, but he nd me and continued to pound on my back while Rosalie snorted. "It's like having Kate and Emmett doubles," she grumbled, just barely loud enough for me to hear. The blonde had been pouty ever since had been taken off her lap by Tanya and hadn't had the chance to reapply her scent on me. Really, I was perfectly fine with her not having the chance, because I, frankly, didn't want to be drowned in Rosalie's vampire pheromones again. It felt like I was tripping or something. Not to mention it pissed the Denali's off to no end, and I did not feel like being in the middle of a war today. Irina snorted, but didn't comment, and her hand continued to pound away at my back. A small clatter made me look towards the kitchen. Tanya, Carmen and Esme were currently preparing a meal for me that apparently took all three of them to complete. Carmen and Esme, I got. They were competing with each other, though Carmen was really more of a sister to me than a mother. But Tanya, really, did she not trust them together or something? Did she not want Esme feeling like she had any leverage because she had cooked for me far before Carmen had? Or was she just there to make sure my food was cooked if they got into it over a spice? In all honesty, I didn't care who made it, how it was made, or where it was made, because I just needed food and I needed it now. As if reading my mind, Esme blurred to stand directly in front of me suddenly just a second before Carmen. She sent a smirk to the Hispanic woman, before focusing on me again. Your food is ready, sweetheart, she purred, holding out her hand to help me up. Irina stopped hitting my back and instead set her hand flat between my shoulder blades, sliding it down to the small of my back. Quickly, she grabbed my forearm before I even had a chance to take Esme's hand. Let's get you fed, then, Roadrunner. She effortlessly pushed herself up without her hands and pulled me with her, practically shoving Esme back to make the caramel-haired woman scowl. I glared at the dirty blonde. Roadrunner, she hummed, pulling her lip into a small smirk. Yes, do I look like a bird to you? No, but you have the legs for it according to Tanya. Meep, meep, Emmett called from the ground. He glanced up at me from the corner of his eye as he versed a sullen Edward in a game of Halo. Slowly, and a little too dramatically, I turned my head to glare at the large oaf over my shoulder. I narrowed my eyes. I'll meep you into a nice coyote sandwich. The huge teddy bear raised his hand in surrender. His eyes widened slightly. Okay, he said. Geez, Bella, since when did you become such a savage? It's called having a group of. Irina grabbed my arm. Yes, we know. You are the magnificent Bella Swan whom has hormonal teenage shifters as friends. She gave me a gentle shove towards the kitchen while smacking my butt. Now get those bird legs moving and go eat. I yelped when she hit me, clutched my rear and threw her a death glare, but I didn't get to retort. Esme suddenly had my shoulder. She spun me, forcing me to face her, causing Carmen to hiss from the force she used even though she hadn't hurt me. I looked at the man bewildered as her other hand grabbed my opposite shoulder, holding me firmly in place. Her eyes were just a shade darker, hardly even noticeable really, and were hard like steel as she stared at me. Her lip curled slightly. Shifters, she growled. Tanya suddenly appeared in the living room, apparently having sensed I wouldn't be joining her soon. She stood by my side, glaring at Esme, warning why while her hand rested on the small of my back protectively. I nodded. Yes, I said, I'm friends with the pack. Esme scowled, her grip on my shoulders tightening. Something in her eyes clicked, an instinct. If I had to guess, her lip curled just a fraction more. Around me I could feel the room stiffen. The Denali's were ready to defend me, to tear Esme off if she hurt me or any other Cullen that attempted to touch me. The Cullens, however, seemed ready to knock sense into me or something because a few of their expression turned to deep frowns. Why? Esme asked. Don't you know how dangerous they are, Bella? They can lose control of themselves so easily they could hurt you. You should not trust them. You should not be around them. Tanya growled lightly next to me as Esme gripped me just a little tighter. She took a small step forward when I reached out my arm to stop her. A deep frown took over my features. I had expected objections from Esme, for her instinct to kick in, but I hadn't expected that. From Edward, I could understand, but Esme, not at all. I raised my hands and grabbed her wrists, pulling her hands from my shoulders. Actually, I said in a cold voice, the wolves are no more dangerous to me than you. Esme. Her name came out bitter on my tongue, making the woman flinch. Wolves, like vampires, are wilder in their first year. They are less in control, more likely to act on impulse than logic from both having shifted in their adolescent years and the speed in which their bodies change, unable to let their minds keep up. After that year, however, they mature quickly and gain control over their anger. The elders know ways to keep them calm from their ancestors, and they share it with each shifter. The wolves are, most likely, in better control of themselves during their second year as a shifter than most vampires in their 10th. By now, Every vampire in the room was silent as I gave Esme a verbal beating. The woman was clenching her jaw and holding her hands in tight fists at her sides as she held my gaze, not breaking it the entire time I spoke and corrected her. I had to admit that I enjoyed sharing my knowledge of the shifters with them. After hearing the pack's side on why they hated the Cullens before they knew what they had done to me, it was clear neither side knew that much about each other, and that was where their hate came from. The analyst watched me in fascination as I stood up to the women, not flinching from her never-ceasing gaze on me. While Esme did seem to be thinking of what I said, she continued to frown. That doesn't mean they still aren't a danger to you, Bella. Sam injured his mate after all when he lost his temper, according to what Edward read in his mind. As soon as the words left her mouth, every part of my body stiffened. Anger quickly began to boil in my stomach. She did not just say that, I snarled to myself. I stepped forward, and, for the first time since she'd been there, Esme actually looked scared. Never, I growled, ever say that to me again, Esme. That incident is something you have no business in, and it was not Edward's place to tell you of it. I sent a glare to him. He quickly avoided my gaze, and I looked at her. What happened to Emily does not involve you, nor does it relate to my safety with the wolves. In fact, the only species I've ever been hurt by is yours. The woman swallowed, her eyes filled with shock. Her mouth, wisely, stayed shut and kept her thoughts to add out of the air. The room was tense and filled with a tough silence as it gaped at me from openly accusing Esme, my old mother. Esme, herself, looked like the rug had been tugged out from underneath her. I might as well have told her to go fuck herself or break her vow of her non-human blood diet by the way she was looking at me. Tanya, trying to help ease the tension, gave my back a small and gentle nudge. Let's get you your food, Bella, she said in my ear softly. You need to eat. I nodded, slightly, glad for the excuse to get out of the room. I hated people talking about the pack in such a way, and it did feel good to rub what the Cullens did in their faces, but that didn't mean I enjoyed the atmosphere that was left in the room afterwards. The blonde behind me quickly led me out of the room, taking me to the kitchen with Irina following close behind, throwing a glare over her shoulder at Esme. As we left the room, I could faintly hear Carmen speaking to the others about the wolves saving me from myself and Victoria, along with how close I was to them and them to me. I didn't mind her filling the Cullens in on it. Frankly, I was glad she did, so they would understand just how much the wolves had on them. While I'm sure my little speech to Esme was enough to make them hold their tongues on the wolves, having knowledge of what happened would be insurance. Once in the kitchen, I sat down in front of the plate of spaghetti with a refreshing bottle of V8. Irina and Tanya immediately occupied a seat on either side of me, scooting closer to help comfort me while I rested my elbows on the table and set my face in my hands in sudden exhaustion. Tanya set her hand on my thigh soothingly, and began to rub circles over my jeans with her thumb. Irina took a similar approach as she began to rub my back, going in small circles while her head moved to rest on my shoulder. I took in a deep breath. Just letting their physical contact help soothe me before I pulled away from my hands, let out the breath and moved to eat the meal in front of me. Irina kept her head on my shoulder when I didn't shrug her off. As I began to eat, swallowing a few mouthfuls of spaghetti, Emmett slowly crept into the room. He watched Irina and Tanya wearily when the two blondes turned to glare at him. Taking a few cautious steps forward, he cleared his throat. Bella Bear, he asked. I swallowed, but didn't turn to look at him. Yes, Emmett, I asked. He shuffled his feet while I took another bite. I was wondering if you could do something for me, he asked. Depends what you're asking. He moved closer, ducking his head as Irina began to raise her lip at him in warning. Slowly, he pulled out his phone and held it towards me. Next time you're going to go all savage, Bella, can you record it for me? My lip twitched upwards minutely, and I couldn't bring myself to pull it back down. I'll see what I can do. Blank, underscore, blank. No, I'm the car. No, I am. No, I am. Me, am. Would you two shut up already, and start your fucking game? Irina shouted, cutting Kate off before she could get her out. She glared at us from the couch as we sat around a Monopoly board, and if you couldn't tell, had been arguing on who got to be the car for the past 10 minutes. Kate and I snapped our heads to the blonde. No, we shouted at once. I glared back at Kate. I am the car. No, I am the car. You can be the shoe. How about you're the shoe and I'm the car? No, I am. Okay, that's it. Irina shot forward, grabbed the car from the pile of game pieces in front of us, and tossed it to Tanya, who caught it. She rounded back on us. Now neither of you can be the fucking car. So just fucking start your game. Kate pouted. But, Rena. No. The dirty blonde cut her off. She turned on her heel to walk away when I lunged forward, wrapping my arms around her ankle. She stumbled and grunted. Bella. Quote. The blonde turned to glare at me over her shoulder as I looked up at her with the puppy dog eyes and stuck out my lip. It was time for some little sister Bella charm. Rena. I whined. She shook her head. I am not falling for that. She tried to pull away, but I pulled myself forward and wrapped myself around her leg like a koala bear. Bella. I looked up at her innocently. Please, Rena, I begged. Pretty please sissy. As soon as I said the word, I saw her defenses begin to crumble. She tilted her head to the side in consideration for a second, wavering just a little, before she shook her head. At least she wasn't as convictional about it. I pouted. But, sissy, dynamite in place. Bella. Rena. Oh, come on, Bella. Let go, little one. Little one, yes. Fuse is ready. I pouted, snuggling closer to her leg as I noticed the amused and annoyed faces of the vampires around me. You can be my good luck charm and hold me during the game. Luck always comes from siblings. Well, Fuse is lit. PSSPSSCH. I gave my best puppy dog eyes and pout up at her, and squeezed her leg a little tighter. Oh come on, Rena. You can't let your little sister down, can you? I asked. She bit her lip and her eyes just barely darkened. Then, she held her hand out to Tanya and shook her head. Of course not, little one. Down she goes. A wicked grin pulled on my mouth and I released her leg as Tanya, shaking her head and chuckling at her sister's fall to my charms, gave her the car game piece. Irina handed it to me as I squealed, wrapped my arms around her neck and kissed her cheek before I sat in front of the game board. Kate looked torn between being a little jealous of my affection towards Irina or annoyed that I had gotten the car. Either way, she grabbed the metal hat and placed both at the starting point while Irina, just like I knew she would, sat behind me and placed me between her legs while her arms slipped around my waist. I could feel the slightest purr rumbling in her chest. Just to make sure she was still gooey, I passed her the money. You can be the dealer, Irina, I said with a smile. The woman smiled behind me, took the money, and nodded happily behind me, well aware of the glares being sent in her direction. Of course, Bella, she agreed. She began to pass out the money while Kate grumbled, kiss ass. I shrugged. Blank. I want a rematch. Kate barked. You don't have rematches in Monopoly, Kate, Jasper said, chuckling at the twitching vampire. I don't care. I want a rematch. Irina shook her head behind me, still holding me between her legs as she had in the beginning of the game. Kate, she said, Bella won fair and square. You can't throw a fit when you clearly lost. Says you. She's got you wrapped around her little finger. Miss, I'm the dealer and best big sister. Ooh. Emmett grinned. He arched a brow and his lips pulled into a smirk. Did I hear some jealousy in that tone, Kate? Kate froze for a second, her eyes widening, and then quickly covered it with a scowl. What? PFF no. I am simply trying to convey that Bella's hold play by herself next time and not have the dealer on her side. Back. She growled at the bear man and I raised my hand, making a puppet. Is it time for us to remake that intense puppet battle that I don't remember, Kate? I asked. Hopefully that would make her less agitated. I was right, because she cocked her head, looked at my hand, and then smirked. You are going down. Raising her own hand, she lunged forward. Puppet attack. I swung my hand out of the way, using so much force to dodge I had to actually make Irina release me. She jumped back, avoiding being hit by her sister as well. I rolled across the floor and sat up. Dodge. She smirked, and jumped for me again. I jumped to my feet, barely escaping the attack, and held my hand in front of me like a saber while placing the other over my head. She jumped up, taking the same stance as me. You are foolish thinking you can defeat me, Isabella. Foolish? I asked. Oh, believe me, Katrina, the foolish one is you for accepting my challenge. I lunged forward. Thrust. Parry. Intense slicing move. Incredibly awesome block. By now, we were prancing around the room screaming at each other with our hands out, STR. I kinged the other and dodging each blow sent our way. The vampires just watched, jumping out of the way when needed, or just followed our moves. Are they using their hands as swords? Rosalie asked. No one in particular. Yes, Alice said. Yes, they are. I dodged another attack by Kate and somehow managed to hit her arm. A strike. Ha ha, I called. You will not survive if you continue this battle. Kate growled. We'll see about that. She lunged for me. Tackle. While Kate's tackle wouldn't have hurt me, Emmett had other ideas. He grabbed me and snatched me into his massive arms protectively. I was swung out of the way, and Kate called out as she hit nothing and fell to the floor, only saving herself by her fast reflexes to flip over to her feet. The room was tense for a second, and looked between Kate, Emmett and me over and over again. No one knew what to do with the situation, and Kate looked torn between continuing the game or retrieving me from Emmett's arms and give him a lashing with her tongue. I looked around for a second, and then I pulled myself out of Emmett's arms and jumped onto his back. I was pissed at the Cullens, of course, but this was Emmett. He was impossible to ignore and make upset with his childlike behavior. Besides, I had had enough Denali Cullen drama for one day and needed a break. I clicked my tongue. Onward my noble steed. With a dopey grin he nodded. Of course, my lady. He called. He turned and took off with Kate following behind. I gripped his neck tightly as Kate screamed, "Run, run, run as fast as you can, but you can't escape me. I'm Kate Denali." Emmett froze with Kate behind us. We were, apparently, in the kitchen and the two of us turned to look at the woman. I blinked. I have no idea how to comment on that. Same. Kate shrugged. Silence. I jabbed my finger in the air. Onward my noble steed. I wrapped my arms around Emmett's neck tightly as he suddenly took off with Kate following close behind. The Battle of Puppets had finally come to a draw after 20 minutes of running around the house, outside the house, and even on top of the house. It had not been any of our three choices to call it a draw. We were just about to finish it when the others decided to end it for two reasons. 1. Carmen was stressing out more and more with each passing second that we were going to break something again even though we didn't, and forced Elazar to agree with her it had been enough. 2. Every vampire in the house had a heart attack when we went onto the roof of the house and ran up to pull us back down. Tanya practically tackled Emmett to get me off of him and blurred back into the house where I was surrounded by vampires from both covens immediately. Really, they were just overreacting to everything. Anyway, after being forced to call our battle to an end, we decided to do another thing that gave every vampire a bright smile: the penis game. I am being sarcastic when I say bright smiles, of course. As soon as we started saying the word penis, they had rolled their eyes, but when it got to us screaming at the top of our lungs, Rosalie smacked Emmett on the head and Tanya covered my mouth with her hand. Rena practically tackled Kate to get her to stop saying it. Really, it was probably for the best that they stopped the game, because by the end of it I was extremely exhausted from both the battle and everything else that had happened. It was only a few minutes after we had stopped playing the penis game that I fell asleep on Carmen's shoulder. I slept for almost 2 hours, getting my energy back, before I finally woke up around 4. I had shifted to wake up in Carmen's lap instead, and it took even longer for me to crawl out of said vampire's lap to go to the bathroom from laziness. Lee sat sandwiched between Irina and Tanya on the couch. Tanya sat behind me with her arms wrapped around me as I sat between her legs with her head resting on my shoulder. Irina was between my legs, her back against my front comfortably. As I lazily held her waist and rested my head on her shoulder, turned towards the television as we watched a movie with the rest of the vampires before I headed back home. It would be close to 6 by the time I got home after the movie, and I knew that Charlie was still adjusting the idea of me dating another vampire. Well, not vampire as he knew, but Tanya. Anyway, he was loosening the reins the longer I was with Tanya, but still held certain standards such as time. It was an unspoken rule for me to be home before 7. As we watched the film, The two F.A. Millas seemed to have called it a draw for the day. There had yet to be another fight, even a subtle one, between the two covens, and the last of my time there for the day was peaceful. Of course, while the vampires were at a truce for the moment, it didn't stop the glances in my direction from either side. I was, after all, on the Denali side of the room, stuffed into a Denali sandwich, and while I'd spent time with Emmett peacefully, it didn't mean they were all in. However, if I had to guess, Rosalie or Alice were one of the first I'd let back in. Rosalie, because she had at least been honest with how she felt, or at least to the best of my knowledge back then before they left. It helped a little when she left Forks with the family, but Alice, that was a harder one to explain. It was mostly because, like Emmett, she just had some kind of thing about her that made it impossible not to like her. I was still ticked at her for leaving without a goodbye, but she did have Jasper to tend to, and I understood that. The rest of the Cullens, okay minus Jasper, were fair game. Esme now had a lot of dishes and groveling to do before she brought herself further up on my list again, same with Carlisle. Edward, well, that did not need to be explained. Anyway, the point was that while the competition was over for the day, it didn't mean they weren't already planning things out, or not agitated by the current position of people in the room. Tanya's head shifted on my shoulder slightly, forcing me out of my thoughts. I just barely tilted my head to catch her eyes as she settled herself again. She gave me a soft smile and tilted the back of her head towards my neck, letting her skull touch my skin affectionately while her eyes closed and her arms tightened. I gave her a small one in return and then turned my attention back to the TV. Changing my own grip on Irina's waist slightly, and shifted my head. The blonde vampire pressed a little further back into me, giving more room for my head to rest on her shoulder that I appreciated until credits began rolling. Call me lazy, but I didn't want to get up yet. I wanted to enjoy the last few peaceful moments between the families just a little longer before I left. And it went to the battle again with the farewells. I just had a feeling it would lead to an absolute smackdown. Tanya began moving behind me. We should get you home, Bells, she said from behind me. Otherwise Charlie may regret his decision to actually begin trusting us. And that would just be horrible, Edward grumbled. The fact he had even spoken today was surprising. The only other phrase he had said was the first few sentences he said when Tanya and I first got here. He had mostly sat back and scowled at everything occurring, but now he had decided to make an appearance in the next round of Denali versus Cullen. Kate sneered at him while Tanya pulled me to my feet and chose to ignore him. Quick to take her place, Alice appeared with my bag and shoes, preventing the Denalis from getting them for me. I gave the pixie a polite smile as she handed them to me excitedly. Here you go, Bella. I slipped the bag over my shoulder. Thank you, Alice. I began putting on my shoes, letting the rest of the room stand while she nodded her head energetically. No sooner had I straightened from putting on my shoes was she kissing my cheek. Wisely, it was quick and she did not hug me, but it was enough to make a few Denalis bristle. Cough Kate, cough Irina, cough cough. Bye, Bella, see you tomorrow. She smiled and then pranced off to join Jasper at the other side of the room. The blonde man smiled at me and nodded, but didn't come near me. I nodded in return, not offended. Kate, trying to prevent any other Cullen from touching me, started to wrap me in UG when another set of arms grabbed me first. It took only Kate's curled lip, darkened eyes, and the woman's scent to know it was Rosalie pulling a surprise attack. The blonde Cullen held me tightly, giving a satisfied hum in my ear when she smelt her scent applied to me and felt the glares on her back. I'm glad to have seen you, Bella, she said. Hopefully you'll be back tomorrow. Yes. She pulled her head back, but didn't remove her arms much to keep us within each other's space. The action was not aiding the Denalis' control over their temper, or the Cullens and their ego. I shrugged. I'm not sure about that. As far as Charlie knows, you are arriving tomorrow. He may not want me around the Denali house until you leave. Immediately, the blonde's brows furrowed into a V of annoyance. Her eyes darkened for nearly a second before she blinked and plastered a cunning smile on her lips. Well, she said smoothly, we'll just have to see how things go. Then, in a daring move, she swept forward and kissed my temple. Emmett's jaw dropped while Kate and Irina growled. The two stepped forward to grab the blonde and haul her off of me when she quickly pulled back, smiled, and returned to her gaping mate. Why did I get the feeling things were about to get complicated? Blank, underscore, blank. So, Charlie said over the dinner table. A chunk of mashed potatoes hung on his fork as it hovered over his plate, waiting to be put into his mouth. I swallowed my own bite to give him my attention, raising my brow. So, I replied. I grabbed the water in front of me and took a drink. He had something on this mind that he wanted to talk about, or ask. I could tell with the awkward two-letter word. He always started those conversations like that. He shrugged, lifting his fork. I don't know, he said. I just wondered if you had anything to talk about. He stuffed the fork into his mouth and chewed slowly. As in the crazy things that had happened to me today that I can't tell you about. Or admit to a false assumption Tanya and I had sex. I shook my head. Nope. He nodded. I see. I nodded. Silence. I looked up. He looked down. I looked down. He looked up. Up. Down. Up. Down. Oh, what do you know? Another up and down. I rolled my eyes. Dad, I said, I know you want to talk about something and you have it on your tongue. Just say it already. Charlie looked up. I don't know what you're. He trailed off at my glare. With a sigh, he set his fork on the plate and sat back in his chair. He folded his arms over his chest. Are you okay? I frowned. Okay. He nodded. Yeah, he said. Are you all right? I know that the Cullens will be arriving tomorrow, and I wondered if you wanted to talk about anything before they did. I pursed my lips and sat back in my own chair. Slowly, I shook my head. No, I said. I don't really want to talk about anything. His brow curved. You sure? I scoffed. Dad, I said, it's a part of the past. I'm over it mostly and GHT now I could care less about what they did. They left me in forks. That's the end of the story. He frowned. But you were involved with them, Bella. Edward was your first relationship. And, as much as I hate to admit it, seeing them again and having them tossed into your life right now will make things happen that you never thought. Oh, if he only knew. I sighed, running my hand down my face. Dad, Bells, he said, stretching his hand forward to take my free one, I'm just concerned for you. I know how much they meant to you. I saw the worst of what you went through, and I saw how hard it was for you to come back from it all. Whether either of us like it or not, they left a large wound behind. And I don't know if that has fully healed. I snapped my head up. I know that, Dad, I scowled. I was the one that had to recover from that particular heartbreak. I shook my head, looking down. I've thought it all over, Dad, trust me, I have. I've thought about it a lot, and they decided that I will be the bigger person and not start something unless needed. And what if it is needed? I have the Denali's, I said. They are not incredibly fond of their cousins at the moment, and I know that they will side with me in a fight. You don't need to worry about it about me. I'll be all right, he sighed. Are you sure about that? I nodded. Positive. Charlie stared at me. Really stared at me like he was looking for my deepest secrets in my expression. His hand holding mine on the table tightened slightly, giving it a gentle squeeze as he examined me for any signs of lying. Then, satisfied, he leaned back and nodded as he removed his hand from mine. I trust you, Bella. You have proven yourself many times up here with the Denali's and many times down in Forks. I won't press you to do anything you don't want, and, if you want, I will stay uninvolved in this matter for as long as I can. I blinked, surprised. I would have thought Charlie would be all over seeing the Cullens again. Be able to scowl, shake and squeeze their hands to intimidate them while he subtly laid his hints on if they did one wrong move they had less than 10 minutes to get the hell out of town. Seeing my expression, he elaborated, I myself have done some thinking about this, and I'm smart enough to know that I can't trust myself around them. Based on how I reacted with the Denali's, I can't imagine how I would act around the Cullens themselves until I had better control over myself and the situation. Putting me in the mix would just complicate and raise the stakes of things when it isn't necessary. So, I'm willing to control my urge to meet them head-on right away for a while. My lips pulled into a small smile. Charlie, as he always continued to prove, was a good man. He was one of the few good men that was actually on Earth left, in my belief, and he was an even better father with that quality. Reaching forward, I grabbed his hand. "Thank you, Dad." He nodded and kissed the back of my hand. "Of course, Bells. I'm not that dim-witted after all." I smiled as he released my hand, letting me take it back. "Now will you pass me the butter?" I sighed as I stepped under the spray of the shower half an hour later, letting the warm water soothe my muscles. While I hated to admit it, the physical activity it took to battle Kate was tiring on my muscles, and the why were currently sore from the moves I had to make. I stood under the water for a minute for it wet my body and soothed my muscles before I grabbed the shampoo and began to wash out my hair. The soap made my hair feel heavy, and yet somehow clean at the same time while I washed away the day's grime, not to mention every trace of vampire scent that still remained on me. Seriously, if I passed any vampire on the street, I would smell like a perfume store with how many times I was marked by a vampire at the Denali house. It was so bad. I didn't doubt that I had even more of their scents on me than I realized, or cared to admit. From any other kind of chance they got to apply their scent and I didn't notice. Oh geez, if scents rubbed off from material I had to be covered in Alice's. I shivered at the thought and then removed the shampoo from my hair. The foam slipped between my fingers, down my neck and between my shoulder blades as the water rinsed it from my body. I tilted my head back, letting the sound of the water fill my ears completely and force me to close my eyes as I rid the rest of the shampoo away from my hair. That was most likely why I never heard or saw the door open. As I instinctively wiped my eyes for any soap that happened to slip into them, I heard a soft psst. At first, I thought I had just imagined it, not stopping from my routine as I opened my eyes and started to go for the soap to wash my body. I was opening the bottle when I heard the sound again, this time louder with, "Bella." I froze. There was no way I imagined that. Slowly, I turned my attention to the shower curtain and yelped. I dropped the bottle with a loud clunk when I saw the shape outlined against the bathroom lights. I stumbled back, leaning my back on the wall and clutched my heart as it raced at my chest. "Bella," they hissed again. I took in deep breaths until I recognized the voice and growled. Yanking back the shower curtain, I stuck my head out, still hiding my body, and glared daggers at Rosalie. "Are you kidding me? In my bathroom? Really? You scared the shit out me," I yelled. She shrugged. "I didn't mean to. Liar. Besides, I needed to talk to you, and I thought it would be the best time. While I'm naked in the shower. I'm not picky when it's for needed discussions." I huffed, rolling my eyes. Of course she wasn't. She was Rosalie fucking Hale, after all. I pointed towards the bathroom door. "Get out," I growled. She frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. "Can I at least wait for you to finish?" She pouted. "Whoa, wait," pouted. I frowned. "No," I growled. "Why? I'm already here, in my bathroom. So," I forced myself not to face palm. "Can you please just..." "Bells." Charlie's voice called up the stairs. I could hear his feet on the wooden street. Eps ascending the stairs towards the bathroom door. It wasn't a slow pace. "Oh, please no." Rosalie turned towards the door as he reached the top step and kept coming. Shit, he wasn't going to stop like he usually would. "Get in," I hissed. Her attention snapped to me. "Huh, get in, Bella," he called again. He was maybe 5 feet from the door and closing fast. I swore he had vampire speed in this very moment just to discover Rosalie in the bathroom with me. On impulse, I shot my hand forward, grabbed Rosalie and yanked her into the shower. She yelped in surprise, making him quicken his steps. I yanked the curtain shut, shoving her against the wall behind me just as the door opened. "Bells?" he asked worriedly. I glanced at Rosalie, just barely poking my head around the curtain to make sure she was hidden. "Yeah," I asked as innocently as possible. He stepped forward awkwardly. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded, smiling. "Of course," I said. Why wouldn't I be? It wasn't like as hiding a Cullen behind the shower curtain in the shower with me after all. He shrugged. "I thought I heard a bang, and then you talking to someone. When you weren't answering I got concerned," he explained carefully. I smiled. "Sorry, I just dropped the soap and started cursing myself out." I rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly and smiled shyly. "It's probably a good thing you didn't hear what I was saying." He nodded. "Ah, I see." He awkwardly shuffled in place and backed up a step. I'll just let you continue then. I'd appreciate that. Right. He fled from the bathroom and shut the door behind him like death incarnate was after him. His footsteps rapidly walked away from the awkward exchange. Giving a sigh of relief, I closed the curtain and looked over my shoulder at Rosalie. Turning around, I folded my arms across my chest as goosebumps jumped across my skin from the cold of her skin mixing with the warm air and lack of warm water. Happy now, she shrugged and looked down. She was dry from mid-thigh up, but everything from there down was soaked. Well, I would be if I could borrow some of your pants. Blank, underscore, blank. So, 10 minutes after I put Rosalie outside of the shower to sit on the toilet lid to wait, I finally walked into my room with my towel wrapped around me and a pantsless Rosalie trudging behind me. Her ruined jeans hung over her arm and her shoes dangled from her fingers as they dripped a path of water behind us. As soon as I was in my room, I chucked a pair of gym shorts at her. Put these on, I said, not turning around, as I pulled out sweats and a t-shirt for me and gathered my undies from the drawer. She snorted. These don't go with my shirt. Do you really want to argue with me right after I just hauled your ass into my shower? Wisely, the blonde didn't argue and slipped on the gym shorts. I dropped my towel and started to put on my undies. As I did, I could hear Rosalie sit on my bed behind my back. You seem to have lost your modest and crude side, she observed. I shrugged, releasing the elastic band of my panties and moved to the bra. I slipped the straps up my arms and turned, fastening it behind my back. Yeah, well, after you have to go through exams and shit for years you kind of lose it. I lowered my arms and looked up to find her staring at my port from the foot of my bed. I furrowed my brow, grabbed my t-shirt, and pulled it over my head to cover the port, making her look back up to me. I pulled on the sweatpants looking away from her. I forget that you have cancer, sometimes. She looked me up and down. Or that you have changed so much. I straightened, crossing my arms over my chest. Change is needed, I responded. And it was a change that I desperately had to see through if I wanted to live. Rosalie's brows furrowed, and her lips pulled into a frown. What do you mean by that? She asked. Involuntarily, I bit my bottom lip at my slip. What happened to me after they left? Fort was not something I wanted to jump into. They had only been here for 2 days for crying out loud, and I still needed to figure out exactly how this was going to be handled. Having them realize how hurt I was when they left wasn't far up on my list, if you got what I meant. So, I gave the best half-truth there was. Cancer is something you need a positive attitude with, I explained. Negative gets you nowhere, and you don't live, you don't fight it. The blonde cocked her head from my bed worriedly, haltingly. Were you depressed? She asked after a moment's pause. I nodded, moving towards the bed. I sat at the headboard, keeping distance between the two of us. I adjusted myself until I was comfortable. Yes, I said, but so are many people with cancer. There was no reason to hide that one. The blonde turned to face me, crossing her legs, and scooted closer. She reached out her hand worriedly touching my knee. Was it bad? Did you ever try to commit suicide? My brows shot up for a moment, but then lowered back down. I had been suicidal, sure, but I never went through with my thoughts. I never went past staring out my window thinking about how I could do it, but would never actually do it. It frightened me, committing suicide, and that fear was the only thing that kept me hanging on by the fingertips to sanity. I shook my head firmly. No, I said, I never tried. Rosalie nodded while her shoulders and body relaxed in relief and pulled her hand away. Good, she nodded. Good. Her fingers laced together in her lap. I nodded, awkwardly shifting on the bed and looked down. Why are you here, Rosalie? I asked. I glanced up. And, more importantly, why couldn't you wait in my room to talk? The blonde gave me a small, cocky smile. I will admit, she said. Going into the bathroom was for my personal amusement. I wanted to see if you would be as prudish as you were when we lived in Forks. Are you kidding me? No, she shook her head. Her head lolled to the side thoughtfully. I rather found your blushes cute and amusing. I was a little disappointed when you didn't earlier. My eyebrows, again, rose in surprise. She liked seeing me blush. I couldn't even remember seeing Rosalie around enough to see me blush in front of the others. Sure, I was shy and a prude back then, so I blushed a lot, but I never remembered her seeing me blush. Shish. Avoided me like a plague back in Forks. The blonde huffed and rolled her eyes. Please don't be so surprised, Bella. I never hated you, she said. If I did, I would be sitting in the living room annoyed with everyone arguing. My brows furrowed. Arguing. She nodded. It started not long after Tanya returned. It's been off and on for a while, and during one of them I decided to slip out and come see you. I thought it was a good opportunity to talk. My frown deepened. I still don't know why you are here to talk. There is really nothing for you and I to discuss that couldn't wait until the next time I was over. She scowled. And, as you said, that would be a while with Charlie. I waved my hand dismissively. Please, I huffed. Charlie doesn't like you, but he wouldn't keep me away from Tanya and the Denali's after everything they've done for me up here. He's started to become pretty grateful for. I really do not want to hear about them, she growled suddenly, startling me. I jumped when her eyes darkened and her lip curled upwards into a snarl at the mention of the Denali's. Holy shit, if she was acting this way to just their name and what they did to help me, I couldn't imagine what the arguments at the house were like. I blinked and cautiously studied her to make sure she wouldn't go on a rampage and destroy everything in my room. As if reading my mind, the blonde closed her eyes and took in a breath. She held it for several long seconds until she released it and opened her eyes. Her head ducked apologetically. I'm sorry, she muttered, but I'm afraid I have difficulty controlling myself. I went back to being her lap hostage. As of seen, Rosalie nodded and moved a little closer. You again have my apologies for that as well, even though I am not entirely sorry for it, she said. Excuse me. She stretched her hand forward and took mine in hers, playing with my fingers. It's what I wanted to discuss with you, she explained. I'm sure the Denali's have told you about it, but I don't think it will entirely explain everything. She paused and glanced up to me. I waited for her to continue, but without her speaking for several long seconds, I realized she was waiting for permission. I jerked my chin as a sign to continue. With a nod she continued to fiddle with my hand. I know that my actions towards you recently have been surprising. I nodded there, agreeing completely with the light term. I also know, she continued, that I wasn't very welcoming towards you when we first met, and that gives you all the reason to be surprised by my behavior. She bit her lip. However, while I may not have welcomed you, I never hated you. In fact, I was strangely fond of you. One of my brows arched in surprise and she smiled. Hard to believe, I'm sure, but I was. Something about you was just so hard to resist liking. I didn't like you as strongly as the rest of my family, but I did like you in a fashion, even if I never really got close to you in the beginning. She looked down to our hands and sighed. That's probably my biggest regret, not being friendly and getting to know you. I let my own issues get in the way of it, and I regret it. She looked up again. Back then, I envied you. I envied the mortal life you had, the one I wanted. You could have children, a husband, grow old. I had wanted that life when I was human, and I still want it. You had it, and seeing you with Edward just seemed wrong. Maybe it was some instinct in me telling me that you were not his mate at the time, but all I cared about then was that Edward had brought you, a human girl, into our lives who had what I wanted. I disliked you for that reason, and I disliked you even more when I found myself becoming fond of you, because you had what I wanted. She shook her head, chuckling. It's stupid, really, now that I look back on it. Maybe, if I had thought clearly, I wouldn't be in the messy state I am now. I frowned and shook my head negatively. It's not stupid, I said. It's just human. She gave a small smile. Human maybe, but still a mistake that I'll regret. She scooted closer again, squeezing my hand in both of hers. That mistake is what made me be in the dilemma I am in now. Not allowing my fondness for you to grow didn't allow my beast to put claim on you, nor did it ever allow me to even be able to call you my sister when you really were my sister the whole time. A scowl pulled on her lips again. And now that you have cancer, with the chance of us not getting to connect, with Kate and Irina claiming you as theirs, she trailed off to growl lightly in her chest and her eyes darkened. Her hand squeezed mine, making me flinch even though it didn't hurt. The flinch, however, caught her attention and she quickly shook her head. Oh, get out of the daze, and loosened her grip on my hand. She took in a breath, rubbing circles of apology on the back of my hand with her thumb. Anyway, she continued, the point is that now I have obl the competition for the right to be in your life. Not only did I never have claim on you in the first place, but my siblings did, and now Kate and Irina do. She focused on me intently, trying to put meaning into her words. And, with that said, it means that I am willing to risk a physical fight against the two for it. I was at a loss for words. Had I expected Rosalie to be overprotective and possessive? Yes, that was how all vampires were apparently. Her actions stated more than enough to agree she was definitely being possessive and protective now. Did I think she had been fond of me? Well, I didn't know. Tanya said she had been, in a way, and it made her want to be involved in my life now that there was certain competition up whom was not in her immediate family like Alice and Jasper. Did I expect her to be so fond of me or envious of me? Hell no. The last thing I had expected on earth was for Rosalie to be envious of me. Well, it was mostly my human life that she thought was perfect was what she was jealous of. But still, I had expected her to be sizing me up for underground fighting before that. I, truly, was at a loss for words as my brain processed all the information. It felt ready to go into overload at any second until every file was in perfect place and organized correctly in order to be able to see through the massive mess that had just been dropped on my plate. Rosalie, however, took my silence as a neutral sign and cleared her throat awkwardly, gaining my attention. And that brings me here, she concluded. I'm here to ask you for a shot, Bella. I want to show you that I can be your sister. That I want to be your sister. Her hand squeezed mine, shoving every ounce of her plea into it. I promise you, if you do give me a chance, I will do everything I can to earn your trust. Even if I have to start from the bottom. The sincerity and pleading behind Rosalie's words made my heart oddly swell in my chest. Her golden eyes held conviction and determination. It showed how honest she was with her intentions and what she had planned to carry out from there. I would admit that the idea of Rosalie as my sister was very appealing. I had always wanted the blonde and me to be closer in Forks. And, according to Rosalie, she wanted us to be closer as well, sisters, in fact. She wanted that shot to be so close so horribly that she was prepared to work for it, she expected to work for it. And, she would have to work for it. While I had least heartbreak from Rosalie leaving, she still left with the others. And, if she claimed that she had actually cared for me then, and especially now, I didn't want to risk the chance of it again. If she wanted what I had with Kate and Irina, she would have to work for it just as they did. She would have to prove herself to me, prove that she was trustworthy of staying. And so, giving a small nod, I said, you have a shot, Rosalie. The blonde grinned so big I thought her face was going to pop off. I promise you, Bella, you won't regret it. I will make sure that I do it right and that you're not disappointed. I nodded again. I didn't expect anything else, Rosalie, I agreed. However, you do have to work for the right of being my sister. Kate and Irina had to work for it, just as you will. She furrowed her brow in resolve. I will. I promise you, I will. I woke up the next day to Charlie talking rather sternly with someone downstairs. His voice, although a tad louder than usual, wasn't at full volume and carried up the stairs to allow some words like, "I on," and, "Don't trust," in my room. I furrowed my brow, giving a small groan. Just based on those words, if Charlie was going to get into it with someone, I needed him to wait a little longer. I had spoken with Rosalie for another half hour before she left that night to let me rest. I had laid awake for longer, however, after she left, and I didn't have a chance of falling asleep since Tanya was most likely arguing with the rest of her family and didn't come. Much to my annoyance now that I was awake and exhausted, I took in a deep breath and sat up, rubbing my eyes when the smell of eggs and bacon floated up the stair that snapped my attention. I looked up, sniffing the food and, of course, pushed myself out of bed to get ready for the day faster so I could eat. While I got ready to go downstairs for the food, I heard the conversation on downstairs both heat up and calm down. I couldn't hear anything from the other person, besides muffled sounds, but Charlie I could hear a few words from every once in a while. It sounded like he was scolding a child, really. However, as I came down the stairs 10 minutes after getting up, I realized that the person he was talking to was not a child at all. When I walked into the kitchen I found both Charlie and Rosalie at the counter. Charlie was on the stove side leaning on his hands on the edge while Rosalie sat on a stool. Both were having a massive staring contest while food sizzled on the stove. Neither noticed me enter. I stood there mostly gaping at Rosalie, whom I had expected the least to be here today of all days, and moved my attention between my father and her. Charlie was nearly glaring at her, more like sizing her up and figuring her out. He definitely didn't like that Rosalie showed up the day her family, as far as he knew, arrived in Denali. Rosalie, however, was evenly holding his gaze, but wasn't challenging his authority in any way. Her back was straight and her jaw was set, showing her determination. And, as I looked at her, I had a good idea of exactly what they were talking about earlier. I stood there for a good 30 seconds at least before I smelt the food starting to burn. With Rosalie and Charlie still in their contest, I quickly rushed to the stove and removed the bacon and eggs from their pans, barely saving them. The two at the counter finally came out of their contest as the pans banged around. Tearing their eyes off the other, they craned their necks to look at me. Charlie, realizing what I was saving, quickly forgot the contest with Rosalie and moved to help me. "Gosh, sorry, Bells. I got a little distracted," he excused, and turned off the stove. As I saw and heard, he bit his lip and blushed slightly, obviously embarrassed of being caught in his "I'm Bella's father and I'm a cop" mode. He took the food and set it onto a plate. "Ah," I nodded, taking the plate from him, and turned around. Rosalie, still at the counter, smiled at me. "Good morning, Bella," she greeted warmly. I nodded to her as I walked to the counter. "Morning," I replied. I sat down in the seat next to her with my usual morning drink. I grabbed the fork, cut into the egg and stuffed it into my mouth. Charlie moved forward, glancing between us when he nodded. The lack of extremely awkward or tight tension. "Rosalie said that she's here to take you up to the Denali house," he said. "Ah, so that was why she was here." I swallowed the bite while turning my attention to the blonde. "Really?" I asked. "I didn't even think you knew I was here." She gave a small shrug, playing along with the script written out for Charlie. "I overheard Irina and Kate arguing about when they should tell us you lived up here." She paused. "And we're dating Tanya." "Ah." I put another bite of food in my mouth as an awkward silence passed over the room. Charlie wouldn't stop staring at Rosalie and Rosalie wouldn't stop staring at me. It was becoming rather uncomfortable as I continued to slowly eat my food. Then, Charlie broke the ice. "What are your intentions towards my daughter, Rosalie?" I swallowed and looked up to him while Rosalie snapped her gaze off of me. She arched her brow and straightened her shoulders. "Excuse me," she asked evenly. "Your intentions," he repeated, narrowing his eyes. "What are you doing here? I know you are here to take Bella to the Denalis, but why would you come? I didn't know your family well, granted, but I do know that my daughter and you were never close. And I also know that you all left her years ago. So, why are you here and what are your intentions?" I bit my lip and awkwardly stuffed another bite of eggs into my mouth. As I chewed, Rosalie schooled her features and nodded. "You were right, Charlie. Bella and I weren't close 2 years ago, but after we left I realized it was something I regretted. When I discovered she was here, I saw it as my best chance and I came here to start the amends." She set a hand on my forearm with a gentle smile to me. "I can promise you that if you believe I will hurt Bella you do not need to be concerned. The only thing I want from Bella is a friendship, and I won't betray it." She squeezed my arm while I swallowed, looking between my father and Rosalie. Charlie regarded her and the contact of her hand on my arm. I looked between the two, unsure of what exactly I was supposed to do at the moment with Rosalie hanging on me and Charlie watching. Rosalie, luckily, made my sigh on by removing her hand and looking back to Charlie. "So, if it is all right with you, I'd like to take Bella over to the house with me. I'm sure my family would be surprised to see her, and I must say that I do love surprises." She gave a small smile. Charlie took in a breath, tilting his head to the side in consideration. I knew it was taking everything he had not to throw Rosalie out onto the treat right now, for which I much appreciated, and he seemed to be thinking of a way out. After a moment of thought, he turned his head to me and said, "I believe I'll leave this one up to Bella." "Oh, thanks, Dad." I resisted the urge to growl when Rosalie turned her attention to me, waiting for an answer. Well, she pressed. Do you want to come with me, Bella? I tilted my head in consideration, biting my lower lip. I did not like being put between the crossfire here. Was I glad Charlie wasn't attack Rosalie, using his status here as a volunteer cop to arrest her? Yes. Was I glad that they were at least talking? Sure. Was I glad about being put on the spotlight to keep the other party out of the blame? Hell no. The last thing I wanted was to be in the middle of this small, subtle, battle for who was in charge. I mean, I already was, but I didn't want to be the decision maker of it. The two watched me closely while they waited for my answer. Rosalie was practically begging me with her eyes to say yes. And Charlie was just watching me, showing his willingness to go along with whatever I said I would do, even if he hated it. Well, I have wanted to show Kate that I won Monopoly fair and square yesterday, I said after a moment's pause. A bright grin split her face in two while Charlie reluctantly nodded, ducking his head. With a small sigh, he said, all right. If Bella is agreeing to it, then I will too. Rosalie grabbed my forearm gently. I'm glad you decided to. Just finish up eating and we'll head that way as soon as you're ready to go, she said excitedly. I nodded and went back to quietly eating my breakfast, my awkwardly quiet breakfast. Blank. I almost sighed in relief as Rosalie drove away from the house. Even with Charlie standing in the doorway watching the car disappear with a small scowl on his face. He wasn't hiding his emotions as much now, but at least he was trying. Rosalie chuckled. Don't be so dramatic, Bella, she said, reaching over to pat my leg. It wasn't that bad. I snapped my head to her. You showed up at my house the day you were supposed to have arrived in the town, Rosalie, I growled. There is no way. That Charlie doesn't see how odd that is, and I frankly don't know what possessed you to do it. She shrugged. Charlie can see it as he wants to see it, but it's already happened, she said. She spared a glance my way. Besides, I saw my chance again when with the Denali's and my family, so I took it. I figured if I could get on Charlie's good side sooner the better it was. Get on his good side how? By randomly showing up. She shook her head. Of course not, Bella, she said, giving me a small glare. While I may have done that, I made sure to have a good word with him before you came down the stairs. Good word how? She sighed. I was honest, she replied. I let him say everything he wanted to first, and then I told him everything I had to and needed to. I let him know that I was not there to hurt you again. And that I was simply picking you up while hoping to start a new relationship with you. I also apologized for what my family did, even though he didn't seem to like that it came from me that much. And that worked. I frowned. She shook her head. Not exactly. No, she said. You saw his suspicion when you were downstairs and he was still interrogating me, but at least he was speaking to me about it. He took it a lot better than how I expected him to. You're lucky he already went off on the Denali's, I said. Otherwise he would have gone off on you without having talked to me about things and how I wanted to deal with everything. She hummed. I'm glad it worked out that way, then. You should be, I grumbled. Rosalie only hummed in reply as I looked out the window, letting a silence fall between us until I registered how she said, Chance, earlier. Are they fighting again? Who? Everyone at the house. She nodded with an annoyed sigh. Yes, it's been another on and off again match between both sides ever since you went home. A small smirk pulled on her lips. I can't say that I helped out at all when I arrived covered in your scent and wearing your shorts. I've never seen Irina and Kate look so ready to kill someone. I sighed, shaking my head. You don't need to sound proud of yourself for that, Rosalie, I grumbled. The blonde threw me a smile and cooed, reaching over to pat my thigh twice. You're adorable for thinking that. I jerked away from her hand with a snort. Rosalie, I growled, I'm serious. If you want this to work, you, Kate, Irina and everyone else need to play nice. She rolled her eyes. I thought I made it pretty clear that things weren't going to be done nicely between anyone in the families, she said, throwing me a look. You know that we can't help ourselves, Bella. Everything in us is saying to get you the hell away from the other coven and keep you for ourselves despite the consequences. Do you have an idea how many times Esme has almost attacked Carmen since we arrived? You know how loving she is, but right now all she cares about is getting you back into our family and away from the Denali's. I frowned. And I know that, I said. But I would appreciate it if you would stop acting like freaking children. I'm tired of all the fights I've had to deal with already, even if I'm not their physical. Lee, and you've only been here for 3 days. She shrugged. We have a gift for being theatrical. Clearly. She snorted, kicking the car into another gear, causing the car to jump forward. As it did, I kept my eyes focused on Rosalie, making her glance at me surprised. You're not flinching. Huh. My brows furrowed in confusion. Flinching? Why would I be flinching when I'm riding in a car? Was I supposed to be afraid of the car? She motioned towards me. You didn't flinch, she repeated. Usually, when we would drive, you'd flinch from the speed or ask us to slow down. I'm going over a hundred and you haven't said anything about it. Oh, right, I shrugged. It doesn't bother me anymore, I suppose. Going fast doesn't really have an effect me, actually. I used to ride on the wolves, backs sometimes down at La Push. And their speed never bothered me, I explained. She raised her brow. You're saying you actually got over that? I nodded, looking down. I got over a lot of things after. I stopped being the Bella Swan you knew and went back to who I really was, I said. From the corner of my eye, I noticed her shift in her seat awkwardly. She cleared her throat, tapping the wheel with her index finger. And who were you before the Bella Swan we knew? She asked. I shrugged. I guess I was a younger version of who I am now, I said. I didn't care and could stand up for myself, obviously I was more likely to be changed. It wasn't hard for me to lose that side of me after the kids in school bullied me about the cancer's side effects. She frowned. Just because of the side effects you were bullied? I nodded. It wasn't fully their fault, I suppose, I said. Kids are so innocent sometimes that they don't know when and when not to say something. They just say it, and that was what they did. It was only a few kids that actually bullied me about it, but it all kind of fizzled out after I was in remission and my regular body came back. The end product of what the bullying had on me, though, was still standing after that. So that's why you were shy and awkward. I nodded. Shy, awkward and prude, I said. I glanced at her. I'm really not trying to be snotty, but, in a way I should thank your family for leaving. If you hadn't, I might not have been able to break free of that and become who I really was. Rosalie bit her lip, shifting in her seat. I waved my hand dismissively in the air. You don't need to say anything, Rosalie, I said. I didn't say it to start a whole conversation with you about it. I said it because it was true. The blonde next to me frowned. That doesn't mean I don't want to say anything about it, she countered. But you don't need to, and, frankly, I think it would be better left as a topic for another day. If we are gonna be going to the Denali house together and spending the day there, I'd rather not have something like that hanging in the air between us, I said. She pursed her lips in consideration, letting the idea roll over in her mind before she nodded. I'll keep it as a topic for another conversation to have another day. I nodded in agreement and settled myself in my seat, adjusting the seatbelt when it began to chafe at my skin the wrong way. Rosalie adjusted the gear of the car again, making it jump forward, and turned the wheel to make a corner. Bella, she called for my attention after a moment. Yeah, I asked, setting the belt back on my shoulder. Why haven't you told the Denali's to throw us out on our asses? I paused, taken aback by the question. Slowly, I looked over my shoulder to her while she drove, sparing me a glance out of the corner of her eye. I don't mean to pry, but I really don't doubt the Denali's would have thrown us out the second they could after everything that has happened so far. And I'm guessing they haven't yet because of you. So, you want to know why I haven't told them to? I finished, turning my body in my seat to be facing her completely. She nodded. I cocked my head. It's like I said earlier. I'm in a strange way grateful for you leaving. It let a door open up for me that I didn't really think was possible, and, even if the opportunity you gave me was hard to see at first, I still appreciate what it did for me. She frowned. So you aren't even mad about what happened? She asked in disbelief. You just got over it like that? She snapped her fingers for emphasis. I shook my head, chuckling humorlessly. Of course not, I said. I've been pissed at both you and your family ever since the day it happened, nor have I forgiven you. Her head lowered a little here. But it seemed like she expected it. All that happened was that I accepted it happened. I can't change the past and I can't do anything about that. I had a choice to make. Choi, see be pissed about it ever happening and live a miserable life because I let it control me, or choice B move on from it even if the scar can't ever fully leave, just don't let it control me. I chose the latter, and I have stuck to that choice ever since I made it. She nodded slowly in understanding. Then it isn't difficult for you to be around us? She asked, glancing at me. You seem very comfortable around Emmett. I shook my head. No, it is, I corrected. I pursed my lips. Emmett is a little easier to be around. I haven't forgiven him for what he did, but it is easier to forget it happened when I'm around him. I glanced at her. Besides, I wasn't as hurt by him leaving because you left. I just guessed that he moved with his mate, and I couldn't blame him for that, nor could I blame Alice for that. My eyes hardened. What I can blame you for, however, is leaving in the manner you did, I said. Jasper and Alice, I understand they're leaving more than yours, but it would have been nice to have something else besides. Well, it was nice knowing you, Bella, but we're gonna head on out, to end things. Rosalie looked at me. I had hoped it would end better. I raised a brow. How could it end better? I asked. She looked ahead, furrowing her brow before she shook her head negatively. It doesn't matter, she said. She looked at me. I'm sorry that we left in that manner, Bella, I really am. If I could change it, I would, or at least have it to where we came back to fix it. I frowned, not liking how she brushed past the obvious thing bothering her, but decided to save it for another day and turned in my seat to face the front saying, I think everyone would have liked for things to change, but they can't. She didn't reply. Blank. We arrived at the Denali house in relative silence after our previous conversation. There was a little small talk throughout the time, but very little compared to how our trip had started out and by the time we were pulling up in the Denali driveway, I was glad I would be getting out of the car. At least, I thought I was getting out of the car when Rosalie suddenly grabbed my door and pulled it shut as soon as I opened it. I jumped, surprised from her sudden attack on the door, and looked at her while she sat still in front of me, not letting go of the door. She cocked her head to the side, listening, and then sighed. It sounds like Esme and Carmen have broken into a fight the others can't break with Edward and Tanya right behind them, she said. I bit my lip, suddenly getting why she closed the door. I glanced at the house, straining my own human ears to listen. I could faintly hear the sound of a particularly loud snarl and the breaking of glass. Would it help to take me inside? I asked. She looked at me. You want to go inside the house filled with ravenous, possessive vampires that currently have 2 physical fights going on? She asked. If it would help, yes. Rosalie shook her head at me, scoffing. Biting her lip, she glanced at the house before she sighed and nodded. All right, she agreed. She opened her door. But I want you to stand next to me, do you understand? I nodded. Not gonna happen. Completely. She gave a firm nod and in a blur, was out of the car and opening my door for me. I took her extended hand to pull myself out of the car. Her other hand shooed the car door as soon as I was out and then slid around my waist, keeping me next to her protectively while she led me to the house and up the stairs to the door. I could hear more of the fighting when we got closer, along with swears, growls and snarls. It sounded like there were 15 vampires fighting instead of just 4. The sound made me take in a breath to calm myself and keep my resolve of calming everyone. Rosalie glanced at me nervously while she opened the door and walked in, pulling me just a little closer into her side protectively. I followed her in and almost immediately froze when I saw the havoc of the living room. The 2 families were subconsciously or not divided to 2 sides of the room, glaring at each other while there were 2 pairs of blurs in the middle. Every once in a while, they would stop to reveal Esme on top of Carmen or Carmen on top of Esme, or even Tanya on Edward and Edward on Tanya before they blurred again. The sounds of boulders colliding when our fists hit each other rang through the air concussively, and I flinched. Rosalie held me tightly and dipped her head down to whisper in my ear, I told you they had been fighting. She paused. Do you want to leave until it's over? I shook my head, watching the fights. Carlisle and Elazar suddenly blurred, turning it into 3 fights instead of just 2 while both families still just watched, seeming ready to attack themselves. I looked at her. What brought this on? I asked. She cocked her head. From what I am hearing of the constant, mine, from everyone, most likely claims over you, she murmured. I frowned, watching as Tanya appeared for a moment on top of Edward with her hand striking his cheekbone before they blurred again. And this is how it turns out? I hissed. She shrugged. Vampires are possessive, Bella. And, right now, you are what we are all fighting over, she said. She cocked her head. We don't think we just act like children, I growled. She frowned. Well, I didn't let her finish as I opened my mouth and got their attention the best way I could, screaming bloody murder. The room seemed to freeze at once and I immediately had 11 pairs of black eyes on me and 1 pair Rosalie's of gold. I closed my mouth and looked at the 3 frozen fights. Esme was currently straddling Carmen, her hand ready to strike the Hispanic woman in the jaw. Elazar and Carlyle were in a similar position, but with a Cullen on the bottom and Denali on top. Edward and Tanya, however, were currently strangling each other so hard that cracks were appearing on their necks. Everyone in the middle had at least 1 web of cracks on their skin. I turned my gaze to the 3 couples in the middle and narrowed my eyes. Get off each other, right, now. Immediately, they released each other and stood, focusing on me intently. Tanya began to move towards me, but I raised my hand, stopping her. I glared at the room, seeing the snarls still being directed at each other. Is this really how low you go? Acting like children over a toy both want to have? I snapped. If this was a school like my dad's you would have been paddled until your sorry asses couldn't sit for weeks. Their heads ducked. Esme took a step forward, making Carmen raise her lip, but, Bella, dear, they were unfairly accusing us of. I don't care. I snapped. I looked between both families. If there is a problem with me between you two, you solve it with me. Stop waiting until I leave to settle it, because I am fucking tired of this shit. I'm tired of hearing about fights that break out as soon as I leave because you don't want to involve me. Wake up call. It has everything to do with me. I stomped forward, leaving Rosalie's protective hold on me and snatched both Esme and Carmen's hands. If you are going to act like children, you are going to be punished like children. I locked their hands together, forcing them to hold hands. They hissed, trying to pull away, but I held them by their wrists, glaring at them. Don't make this any worse for you. The 2 women stopped struggling, but didn't stop glaring at each other. I glared at the room. Make a circle, now. Begrudgingly, the vampires walked forward and formed a circle, keeping to their families. I rolled my eyes, and moved to Carlyle when placed himself next to Esme. I grabbed his shirt and dragged him over to stand between Elazar and Carmen. I made the 3 vampires hold hands, glared when they tried to move, and moved on to the next batch. Tanya and Edward. I placed Edward between Elazar and Tanya, made the 3 of them hold hands. Then connected Alice's hand to Tanya's, Irina's to Alice's, Emmett's to Irina's, Kate's to Emmett's and Jasper's to Kate's. When I was done, I nodded and looked at all of them. As they continued to glare at each other, grudgingly holding hands. You are all going to hold each other's hands until you apologize. I moved down the line. All of you. Rosalie, the only one left out the circle for having not been in the house at the time, smirked. She leaned against the wall, crossing her arms over her chest while Kate flickered her eyes to the blonde Cullen. Why isn't Rosalie in this? She hissed. I smacked her cheek, making Kate look at me. Because she wasn't here during this fight, I said. But that's not fair. Alice protested from between Irina and Tanya. Geez, this is like a bunch of children. I frowned. It is, actually, because she left instead of get into a fight. Twice, actually, I said. I looked at her as she continued to smirk on the wall. However, if she does get into a fight, she will be given the same treatment. She frowned. I shrugged and looked around the circle one more time. When I caught Edward and Tanya trying to break their contact, I icked both on the nose and connected their hands. Break the contact and all of you have to stand here longer than it takes for all of you to apologize, I warned. They went between pouts and grimaces. I looked around the circle one more time and nodded. I looked at Rosalie. You watch them. If any of them try to leave, you have my permission to smack them on the head. I looked at the coven leaders and parents. That includes Tanya, Carlisle and Esme no matter what they tell you. Rosalie, who seemed to really like being placed as the guard, nodded. Sure thing, she smiled. I gave her a firm nod and moved out of the circle between the opening I had between Jasper and Esme. Now, I said, I'm going to go get myself something to drink, and I will bring it back in here to drink while I wait for you to apologize. And wait, I did. I had finished what I could of the water bottle I brought in and sat on the couch with Rosalie for almost an hour as we waited for them to apologize to each other. The two families were annoyingly stubborn in their stances of being the toughest person, by not saying anything or cracking first. Even though it was clear they were cracking by the minute as their glares started to go off each other and look anywhere else in the room. A few would try to look at me or Rosalie, but then look away when they realized we were waiting to either hit them or for them to apologize. Rosalie, actually, did have to hit Emmett, Kate, Jasper and Elazar on the head when they tried to break contact. After those four, though, she hadn't had to hit anyone and I hadn't had to flick any noses. It seemed they had realized I was serious and had decided to wait it out. So, wait we did. It was after we passed the hour mark one started to worry we would never get to the apologizing stage when I noticed their eyes begin to lighten. It must have been subtle in the beginning, because it took a while to notice it, but it seemed that we were slowly getting there. It was, apparently, a snail's pace because after an hour and a half, someone had yet to say anything that wasn't Rosalie or me and I was getting frustrated. At least, I was until Tanya went, Bella. Yes, Tanya, I asked. I raised my head from its current position of looking down at my phone while I played a game. As soon as I raised it, however, I almost groaned when I saw her expression. Her eyes were LF-lidded and her features were morphed into a seductive allure with a dashing smile thrown in for the hell of it. Really, she was going to charm her way out of it. She leaned forward slightly. Don't you think we've been doing this long enough, love? She purred. At the moment, not even Edward seemed to care of what stunt she was pulling to get them the hell out of the circle. Every vampire looked ready to do just what she was doing to convince me to let them go. I raised my brow and shook my head. I don't think so, I said. None of you have apologized and meant it. But I promise that we have learned our lesson, she urged, letting her voice become just an octave lower. You were right, we did act like children, and deserve to be punished as such. But don't you think we've been punished enough? Oh, two can play at this game. I raised my brow. You realize you acted like children? I asked, cocking my head to the side with a hum. All of them nodded, practically bouncing in place. To be let out of the hand-holding circle. Tanya, however, tried a more subtle approach. Yes, she said, we all realize that, and we are all very, very sorry for doing it. She looked up at me through her eyelashes. Will you please allow us to leave? Damn it, she actually did look adorable like that, and it did get to me. I cocked my head while as Rosalie rolled her eyes, shaking her head. Figures, she muttered under her breath. I pushed myself off the couch when I saw a few hands loosen, ready to let go and flee. I tapped my finger on my chin, regarding them. Well, I drawled, I am glad that you see it my way. She grinned. We do, and that you are apologizing to me. We are. About behaving like children. Yes, I smiled. Then I can't wait for you to apologize to each other, I said. I did a thumbs up while their jaws dropped and Rosalie burst into laughter on the couch. But this is great progress. I turned and plopped back onto the couch with a grunt. Are you kidding me? Emmett gawked. Why can't you just let us go? Kate whined, stomping her foot on the ground like a little 2-year-old. Her bottom lip jutted out into a pout while her face contorted. I pointed. That is why, I said. Tanya growled. Bella, she whined, her face turning into an adorable pout with incredible puppy eyes. Please, I cooed. Oh, Tan, you're so adorable when you pout. Rosalie was still laughing her ass off. Bella, they moaned as one. I shook my head. No, you guys apologize to each other and you can be released. Otherwise, I'll wait all day if I have to, I said, giving them a sickly sweet grin. The group pouted and glared at me for a good solid 2 minutes before Tanya sighed, finally having enough, and grumbled, I can't believe I am about to do this. She turned to Edward and said, I'm sorry, Edward. Wow, she just barely made that sound genuine. The boy looked ready to grin in his victory until I cleared my throat. He looked at me and I raised my brow, jerking my chin towards Tanya. He frowned, but turned to the blonde. Through gritted teeth, he managed, "I'm sorry, Tanya." I smiled. "There, now you two need to apologize to the other person you were holding the hand of," I instructed. The two turned to give me the seriously look, but when they saw I wasn't kidding, did as they were told. Soon, every vampire was apologizing to each other until it was left with Carmen and Esme, who had yet to say a word to each other. Stiffly, the two women looked at each other, regarding the other with glares that should make the other a pile of ash. "I'm sorry, Esme," Carmen managed. "I'm sorry, Carmen." The vampires turned towards me, raising a brow for when they could release hands. I got up and said, "For trying to persuade me with Tanya's charms, you see. And hold on to each other for another half hour. Do you have any threes? Go fish." "Damn," I cursed. I reached forward and drew yet another card from the pile in the middle. I added it to my own too. See, it was sadly not a number that matched any of mine. Rosalie smirked and glanced at her cards. "Do you have any sevens? Are you fucking kidding me?" My head dropped. I grabbed the card I had just pulled from the pile and handed it to her. The blonde in front of me let out a victorious chortle as she plucked the card from my fingers, grabbed her matching, and placed them on the ground together. "You suck at this game, Bella." I looked up. "This is the wrong game of cards for me," I clarified. "Start playing poker and I will have you cleaned out in less than 10 minutes. I'm sure." Bing bing. I looked down at my phone as the half-hour timer went off. I shut it off. "All right," I called. "You can let go of each other." The vampires in the circle gave sighs of relief, let go of each other's hands, and moved as far from each other as they could. Kate settled for dropping to the floor instead of moving. Tanya sat down behind me, but didn't touch me or get within a foot of me. Emmett had the same behavior with Rosalie. And I raised my brow looking between the two. "Are you guys really going to give us the silent treatment?" I asked. "Maybe," Emmett huffed. "What's it to ya?" I smiled. "Silence," I said. "Beautiful silence." I turned back to Rosalie. "I could wipe you out in poker. Just start this game over and we'll see how long you last against me." The blonde tilted her head to the side, humming in consideration. "I do suppose I am already winning this game," she agreed. She shrugged. "Why not?" I eagerly began to take in the cards, snatching the ones in her hands quickly and put them all into a pile. Rosalie blurred off and appeared a moment later with a container of numberless white, red, green, blue and black poker chips. She set it down and pulled out the 2 rows of each white, red and green. "Whites are 10, red 20 and green 30. I nodded in agreement, shuffling the cards while she equally separated the chips. I glanced up through my lashes at Rosalie. If anyone had told me 2 years ago that in 24 hours, I would have to hide Rosalie Hale in my shower, sneak her into my room, let her drive me here and played card games with her after she was a guard for me, I would have laughed. In 24 hours, I had gotten closer to Rosalie than I did when they lived in Forks. That was probably due to having her see me naked, of course, but still. We had actually bonded more over the past day and I kind of enjoyed it, really. If Rosalie was like this the entire time, I had no doubt in my mind she would become a friend to me rather quickly. I bridged the cards and then turned to the pouting Tanya behind me. "Will you at least be the dealer?" I asked with my best puppy dog eyes. The vampire reluctantly grabbed the cards with a sigh and passed them out between Rosalie and me. I grabbed my cards, as did Rosalie, and glanced at them. Damn, only a 2 pair. Oh well, I could play that off easily. I tossed in a white chip. "I'll bid 10, I said. "I'll raise you 20. She tossed in a blue. "Feeling lucky are we?" She shrugged. "Maybe." I raised a brow and said, "I'll raise your 20-30. I tossed in a green chip. Rosalie raised her brow, but said nothing to the raise. Alice moved closer to the game, looking at us with interest. "Bella," she suddenly asked. "Yes, how do you expect to beat Rosalie's 3 of a kind with your 2 pair? "Alice," we called. The room chuckled. Clearly they liked that the little evil Cullen got back at us for making them stand in a circle for so long even though they really did deserve it. And I was considering another round of it. Alice gave an innocent smile while I threw my cards down. We have to start all over, I huffed. Tanya chuckled, but started to deal the cards while Rosalie again parted the chips. While they did, Alice spoke up again. Bella. What? She smiled in amusement and cocked her head. How did you and Tanya meet? She asked. I paused as did Tanya. I didn't see it, so I would like to know how it happened. If it was romantic and all or not. The Cullens, actually, seemed interested in the story even though Edward obviously tuned out immediately. Rosalie GL answered up and flickered her eyes between us. How did you two actually meet? I turned to the blonde dealing and raised my brow. Are you still ignoring me so much that you won't want to tell it at all? I teased. Tanya rolled her eyes with a huff and set down the cards. We can both tell, Bella, she said. She turned her attention to Alice. It was about 6 weeks after they arrived and we had yet to hear of them being here. Kate was being annoying after breaking a window and I decided to get a break and go down to the bookstore. I nodded. I read most of my books during chemo or when we waited for our appointments. So I was going down there to show Frank, a really nice older guy who goes to the chemo room to talk to the patients, the bookstore, since he'd never seen it while getting books. I glanced at Tanya. We were already there when Tanya arrived, and Frank and I had split up to do our own things in there when I walked around a corner and bumped into her. At first, I said, UGHT I had bumped into a wall before I realized it was actually a person. A wall I am not. I shrugged. Say that when you were a human running into a vampire. She rolled her eyes at me and gave me a gentle shove, and continued for me. Anyway, I was trying to keep her from apologizing for it when I saw her eyes. She smiled. Obviously, I was stunned from both meeting my mate, but from also how beautiful she was. It was during that, though, I realized how lonely I actually had been in my life until that moment and that she completed it without actually saying a full sentence to me. She took my hand. I was hooked, and I was thinking, well, fuck another one. The room chuckled and Tanya gave me a gentle push, biting her lower lip playfully. I smiled at her, and continued. I was thinking a lot of thoughts at the moment, but that really sums it all up. I had felt the bond form, but as a human I wasn't aware of it and hadn't been affected by it. So, my only thought was to get this freaking vampire off my tail before she decided I would be an awesome person to get to know. I gave her a small look. Obviously that didn't work since she followed me around the store like a lost puppy. Tanya frowned while the others chuckled. I wasn't a lost puppy, she growled. I was simply trying to get to know you without freaking you out. Mission accomplished. She hit me again. Anyway, she drawled. While I was asking her, interrogating, I clarified. She rolled her eyes. While I was asking her questions, one of the first things I learned was that she wouldn't be living here permanently, only temporarily. It was after that I started to question my decision of not kidnapping her and holding her hostage, but I pressed on despite how pleasing the thought was. I, meanwhile, was wondering if she was worried her huffing bag with legs was possibly going to leave soon. Must you kid about everything? No, I was actually thinking that. Oh really? I was a free dose of cocaine then. Okay. Anyway, Rosalie urged, motioning with her hand for us to continue our story instead of be sidetracked by my actually true comment. Oh, right, I said. So, I settled her nerves of possibly staying for a year or so. She settled down from her panic attack. Tanya growled, and she went on to ask me about my education, what I was doing up here, blah, blah, blah. I was, meanwhile, trying to get out of the conversation or at least intervene her questions with my own to keep her from actually finding out who I was, as I recognized her as your cousin and didn't want to start something again. Or discovering my illness. It was then Frank showed up, she said. He honestly freaked me out by calling Bella his girlfriend. I mean, he is much older than her. But it still worried me until I realized he was just teasing. I nodded. After that I had Frank and I run the hell out of there after we paid. Which, afterwards, Frank insisted on telling me that Tanya was hot for me, that I utterly denied, while Tanya called home to inform my family that I had just found my mate to keep myself from running after her. You would have too had you not, I said. Shut up, she hissed, giving my hand an affectionate squeeze. You caused me enough pain in my ass trying to keep people from flirting with you, or having to deal with your obliviousness to my best seduction tricks. Oh, I noticed them, I said, I just didn't fall for them. Kate started laughing while Tanya growled and pulled me into her arms. I yelped in surprise, but didn't resist as she set me between her legs and kissed all over my face and hair. At least you didn't go over a month before you caved, she grumbled. Would have been sooner without Charlie, Irina spoke up. Or longer, Kate smirked, without the pack. Frank or Max giving her a nice nudge in your direction. I waved my hand dismissively towards her. Whatever, I grumbled, snuggling myself into Tanya's chest. She rested her chin on my shoulder happily and let her arms around me tighten just a fraction more. I picked up the cards she had dealt to me and Rosalie picked up hers. I was about to throw in a few chips when I stopped and looked at Alice. Rosalie, seeming to catch on to what I was thinking, turned her attention to the little Cullen and furrowed her brow. Alice, however, just smiled and giggled. I won't say anything, I nodded. Good. I tossed 2 blue chips into the pile. I would never say anything about Rosalie having nothing and you a 2 pair. Alice. Blank, underscore, blank. So, thanks to Alice. It took about an hour for Rosalie and me to finally play a game of poker all the way through without her interrupting during an either intense moment or during the beginning of the game. I of course had dutifully won the game with a swift bluff when I had nothing. After that, Emmett and Kate joined in on the game and soon all 4 of us were going head to head and started to gamble actual items like watches, necklaces and IOUs again. I threw in one just as an experiment that said, I owe you a chance to get me something to eat, and I was right when the 3 vampires around me got a little fiercer in winning the current pile for it. So, I drew out the game and added more with things like back rubs, foot massages, drinks, trips to Maria's and anything else I could think of. It was evil, yes. But when you have a house full of vampires ready to win your affections by any means necessary, why not? I was surprised by how the IOUs were distributed. Instead of winning and keeping them for themselves, they would throw in some they were willing to sacrifice because they wanted another IOU in the pile. Eventually, every vampire in the group had won at least 2 IOUs. It was after that more started to join into play. Jasper and Alice were pretty into the idea of getting an IOU I wrote, and Esme even joined. She had to be desperate to get back my affections after seeing how I reacted to her. And frankly I didn't blame her. Not to mention, I got to see her play mean in poker with her determination to win several of those little things. In the end, I had won the final game with no IOUs from me. But a few from Jasper, Emmett, Kate and Esme. About $5,000 worth in chips and a lot of satisfaction from all the IOUs I gave out. At least every vampire had one. But Esme, holy crap. Esme had the most with 5. She was very determined to get the ones that said she could make me dinner or lunch or breakfast, and won them she did. So, I was satisfied the game ended and we put everything away. I stuffed the IOUs into my purse with the others that were left over from the last poker game, and lounged on the couch with Tanya's lap as my pillow and Jasper's as my footrest. I was happily receiving the foot rub from the man that he had won without any complaint while I watched a movie with the rest of the vampires. I was glad that Jasper had lost his hesitance around me. Maybe he had more confidence in himself and it allowed him to be around me, or maybe his claiming instincts overruled his instincts to feed, but either way, I was just glad he could be around me without being in pain. My eyelids were growing heavier by the second, completely at ease with the arrangement. The fingers gliding through my hair affectionately just added to the relaxation I was feeling. If I could, I had no doubt I would have been purring. At least, I would have been until my phone went off. Who let the dogs out? Who, quote. I groaned while every vampire stopped to look at me. I reached into my pocket, fumbling for a second, before I brought the phone out of my pocket. I put it to my ear. What, is that really how you greet the phone now, Bella? Just a nice, old-fashioned, what? Not that nice of a greeting now, is it? Jake teased through the phone. I rolled my eyes. I chose the ringtone for you guys specifically so I didn't need to answer the phone in a fake nice tone. And just get straight to the point, Jake, I said. Aha, Seth called. So you aren't denying that it's because you are incredibly cliché when it comes to your ringtones. By the way, you were on speaker. Having figured out the last part myself, I rolled my eyes, but glided over it. Cliché. I snorted. Please. Bella, your ringtone for your doctor is Ways to Go. Your ringtone for us is Who Let the Dogs Out and Charlie's is the Cops theme song. Please, say again how that isn't cliché. Paul deadpanned. Would you rather I had a ringtone that was completely depressing and dark instead? I can make it happen. My lips are sealed. I nodded. I thought so. Now again what? Oh, Bella, always so cheery, Quill called in the background. I'm not just cheery, I said, I'm the drug dealer of cheery. Sure. I snuggled my head further into Tanya's lap, making her pause in her ministrations for a moment before I settled down and continued. Is there any specific reason for why you are calling? Or are you just trying to annoy me? Isn't calling you just to annoy you technically a reason of calling? Jake asked. I rolled my eyes and decided to brush past comment and press for the real matter of them calling. All right, tell me why you decided to call me and waste my time. I got a mental image of him holding up his hands. All right, he said, no need to be snappy here. There was a small murmur on the other side and then, we're calling because well, there happens to be a small opening at the moment and we're wondering if we could maybe come up and visit. I immediately sat up at attention, as did every vampire's interest. You have time to come up to Denali? I asked surprised, while we had talked to the pack about maybe some time between where we could visit. Or they had free time to come up, we hadn't really made any kind of plans for it. We were either both busy or just had strange schedules. And, with the possible new treatment, everyone agreed it wouldn't be a good idea to plan anything with me traveling. Having this was a surprise, a pleasant surprise, but a surprise nonetheless. I think the reservation can manage with out a few of us here for a few days or so, Sam spoke up. Besides, I want to meet these vampires you are currently involved with and make sure they know of what can happen if they overstep the line like a freaking, bloody, overly. Before he could continue, Kate called, said vampires are right here and can hear you perfectly. Silence. My bad. Geez, Bells, you could have warned us that this was a public call, Jared said. I could have gone on to so many trade secrets that only you and us are supposed to know. I snorted. Please, Jared, I scoffed, the only trade secret you have is the real ITY that you have a vagina instead of a dick. Burn. Shut up. How exactly does Bella know that and not us? Were you two secretly doing each other? Hey, if they were, then at least Bella's got practice. Laughter burst through the phone while Tanya scowled, not exactly liking the comments while I bit my lip. Ow, Emily. It was so loud I had to pull the phone away from my ear. Next word I hear about Bella having sex will have the speaker earning more than just a pan to the back of the head. All of you know very well that those jokes are only for our group, and if I hear one more word about it, I will castrate all of you and, Leah, I will have your boobs for it. Got it? Yes. They grumbled. I grinned, chuckling. Ems, are you sure you aren't the actual alpha of the pack? I teased. More like the mother, sweetheart. She replied. And, since these dogs can't keep their minds out of heat as it seems, I'll get to the point. How does next Friday sound? Charlie said it was all right. But we wanted to make sure you were fine with that. I nodded, furrowing my brow. That sounds fine, but what do you mean they can't keep their heads out of heat? Have they made more comments than usual today or something? Earlier I found Paul humping my armchair from a dare Quill gave him, and Leah discussing oral with a chick an hour ago. Ah, why the armchair? Don't know, didn't want to. We'll see you later, Bells, alright. Sure thing, Ems. Love ya, girl, but I gotta get back to cooking. Bye, Bella. Later. Guys, make sure Paul doesn't jump the next deer he sees, K. I asked, earning a few snickers from both the room and the line. It was just I hung up and stuffed the phone into my pocket. The room was silent and awkwardly paid attention my every move while I stayed focused on putting the phone in my pocket that was way harder than it should have been. Then, so are we gonna have a puppy? I groaned. Kate, blank, underscore, blank. I let out a slow, pensive breath while I sat on my bed, staring down at my phone. I knew I had to tell the pack that the Cullens were here, if not tonight then tomorrow, but I had to tell them at some point, though tonight would get it over with. I groaned, dropping my phone to lie flat on my back, arm draped over my eyes to stare at the crook of my elbow to think of the shitty situation. The first thing about the situation was how the Pack and Cullens had left off with each other. They completely and utterly hated the other family, wanting them dead and gone, the Pack more so now than ever. Another thing as how the Pack had really no relationship with the Denali's at all. They had never met them, and they weren't fully trusting on them, but they were willing to accept them for me, most likely from knowing Tanya was my mate. However, while that may be, they could hate the Denali's for even letting the Cullens up here. I had no doubt that would be something in their heads. Another thing to consider was had not only did I have two families fighting each other for a mark on me, I would be bringing another group of supernaturals that would be seen as possible threats. The Pack was my family, along with the Denali's, and it would be a living hell if the three families went to war with each other. It would be a bloodbath before. You look pensive. I jumped when a body was suddenly lying next to mine, legs entangled with mine and an arm draped lazily over my abdomen. Soft lips pressed a kiss into my jaw. You forgot I was coming, didn't you? I bit my lip and mentally cursed myself for forgetting. Gee, that we agreed Tanya would come tonight. I must have been more distracted than I originally thought. I turned over, removing my arm from my face to look at her, with a sigh. Sorry. She nodded and glanced at my phone between us. If you want, I could. She jerked her head to the window and removed her arm slightly. I shook my head negatively, throwing my arm over her as an indication to stay. No, I said. I moved closer and rolled us over, making her lie on her back while I laid my entire weight on her front, resting my head on her shoulder with a sigh. Stay. I need some clarity here. She nodded, wrapping her other arm around me to twist the ends of my hair with her fingertips. What do you need clarity with, love? Math. I could feel her frown. Math. You need clarity with math. I nodded, sighing. Yeah, a simple, but annoying equation, I grumbled. I wiggled my body to press further into hers. She hummed. What would this simple and annoying equation be? She asked. She led back just a little to give me a teasing smirk. It isn't. Solve for X, is it? I snorted, grimacing. Tanya, I got my GED. I think I know how to solve for X, I smirked. She kissed my forehead. All right, then, what is the problem? A group of teen frozen, protective shifters that helped me through depression who hate the Cullens plus two vampire families that are already at war with each other for a connection with me. With one family already hating the shifters. Oh, I see. I nodded, taking in a deep breath. You see my dilemma, I grumbled. She hummed, twirling my hair around her fingertips. Have you spoken to the Pack about the Cullens yet? She asked. I shook my head. No, I said, that was what I was struggling with when you got here. I don't really know how to deal with it. I see, she murmured. Her fingers massaged my scalp. I think being completely honest with them would be the best way to go about it. Just tell them the honest truth. The Cullens arrived 3 days ago, and will be here when they arrive next week. I groaned. But they'll be stubborn about it. I wouldn't be surprised if they came early just to kick their asses. If they do that, then remind what they will be risking from such an action, she reasoned. Besides, I doubt they would do anything to upset you. I sighed. She did have a point there. The Pack did everything they could to keep me happy, even threatened to beat the crap out of each other if someone in the Pack made me cry or upset in some way. This would be no different and was just a matter of sucking it up and getting through it, hopefully. I nodded. You're right, I agreed. They wouldn't. She nodded, removing one of her hands from around me to grab my phone. She held it towards me. Do you want to call them now? I shook my head, adjusting myself to be entangled with her completely, and sighed. No, I said, I just want to cuddle for a little. She nodded with a content hum and smile. She dropped my phone and held me impossibly closer to her body. Now that, she smiled, I can definitely do. Apparently, the cuddle session with Tanya had turned into sleepover. I woke up the next morning, blanket pulled over us. Still in the same comfortable position. I blinked my eyes open, humming as the sunlight streamed in through my window. Under me, Tanya shifted to kiss my forehead. Good morning, my love, she said lowly. Did you sleep well using me as your mattress? A small blush painted my cheeks in embarrassment, and Tanya grinned. I lifted my head. Sorry, I murmured. She chuckled, shaking her head dismissively. Don't be, she purred. She pressed another gentle kiss to my forehead affectionately. I quite enjoyed it. We should do it more often. I hummed and pushed myself off of her to sit on the edge of the bed with my back to her. I began to stretch my muscles, rolling my head and rolling my shoulders. As I did, a pair of arms slipped around my waist and legs wrapped around my hips. Tanya pressed her front fully against my back and kissed my shoulder. Bella, she asked against my skin. Yes, I was wondering if you desired to spend the day with me. She asked. I tilted my head in her direction to give her more of my attention. Not at my house with the Cullens and my family, just with me. I enjoy our nightly visits, especially with the Cullens around, but with the pack coming to stay here for who knows how long. I doubt I will be able to continue our alone time efficiently, and would like just one day alone with you, if you would permit it. I smiled, turning in her grip the best I could to look into her eyes. I nodded. Of course, Tanya, I said. I kissed her cheek. I'm always glad to have time with you. The woman smiled brightly and leant forward, pressing a gentle kiss to my lips happily. Wonderful, she said. She slowly took her limbs from around me and pushed me off the bed. Go get ready and then we'll leave. I furrowed my brow. Where are we going? I asked. Shish. E smiled, standing from the bed to kiss me again. Somewhere. Blank. Blank. After getting ready and leaving a note for Charlie saying I would be out with Tanya for the day. We were in Tanya's car heading to somewhere I had no idea of. I shifted in the passenger seat, dressed in warmer clothes, per Tanya's instructions. I had to dress in heavier shirts, jeans, shoes and socks with a decently heavy jacket. It wasn't enough to make me feel like a stuffed marshmallow, but it did give me the idea that we were going to go somewhere with a higher altitude and lower temperature. I glanced back to the blankets she had also brought along. Exactly where are we going? Tanya smiled, reaching over to rub my thigh through my thick pants. Somewhere to help you relax, she said. Her eyes flickered to me with a mischievous gleam. I frowned. Relax, she nodded, taking my hand in hers with a small hum. You've been stressed lately, she stated, with everything happening so fast, I mean. You may not let it show very much, but I can read you without having to be an empath or mind reader. She squeezed my hand. I just want to take you somewhere where you know you can be unbothered and enjoy yourself. I twisted my hand, entwining our fingers with a small smile. Thank you, Tanya, I said, that's very sweet of you. She pulled my hand to her lips and kissed my knuckles. I would be a horrible mate if I didn't do anything sweet for you. I felt my smile grow. My hand adjusted to be holding hers and I ran my thumb over her knuckles affectionately. Even if you didn't, I said. I don't think you'd be that terrible. Oh, she smiled. I shook my head. No, I said, you'd constantly be bringing me food, so I'd be quite content. She chuckled. So it wouldn't matter as long as I waited on you hand and foot. She teased. I nodded. Yeah, I mean, I would literally not have to lift a finger to go and get food. I'd just call, you'd fetch and I'd eat. I think it would be a very fulfilling relationship. She snorted. For you, maybe, but I myself would be dreading what you needed every time you called my name, she said. A smirk pulled on her lips. At least, IW. Old unless it were elsewhere. Her hand drifted away from mine and towards my thigh. I smacked it away. Watch it. She chuckled and took my hand in hers again. We fell into a comfortable silence after that, holding each other's hand while she drove. It was a strangely satisfying trip, and, even if I was getting uncomfortable in the clothes I had on, I found myself relaxing already. We drove for nearly 15 more minutes before she slowed down, pulling into what I thought was a random batch of bushes, only to find it was a hidden dirt road. I raised my brow, sitting up straighter in my seat, in interest while Tanya carefully pushed her car deeper into the woods, and out of sight from the road until we came to a makeshift parking spot. She turned off the car without a word, and suddenly A.P. paired at my side, holding the door open for me. I smiled up at her and unbuckled myself to let her pull me out. Is this when you murder me in the woods and hide my body? She hummed, closing the door behind me. No, she said. That's a patch of woods over for our date next month. Is this forest not beautiful enough for you? She smiled. I try to be considerate. At least you're a nice murderer. Tanya smirked and leaned forward, kissing me. They don't call me a succubus for nothing, you know, she purred in my ear, causing my body to shudder involuntarily. If it were possible, I could have sworn her smirk thickened when she pulled away. I swallowed and adjusted the jacket on top of my many shirts. So, I drawled, where are we going? The smirk turned into a brilliant smile and Tanya stepped away, holding out her hand. You'll see, she said. But I'll have to carry you there, hence the warm clothing. I raised my brow at the mention of her carrying me. It would be the first time Tanya had carried me anywhere like Edward had before. It was a strangely exhilarating thought in running at her speed while being held by her. I felt surprisingly giddy, so I didn't hesitate to reach out and take her hand. The woman grinned, grasping mine firmly in hers before she pulled me closer, running her free one down my cheek. You've been carried before, correct? She asked. I nodded. She smiled. Good. Swiftly, she reached down and scooped up my legs to cradle me against her chest. I yelped at the action, but felt a small giggle in my chest at the same time from the amused gleam in the vampire's eyes. She smiled. Are you ready? I nodded, wrapping my arms around her neck securely. Go. And, just like that, she was off. Like every vampire that existed, Tanya ran with just as Mew. Grace and made me feel like I was running on air or some other kind of thing, anything else besides ground, and had no issue in holding me. However, instead of taking off immediately like Edward did, Tanya let me adjust to the speed by accelerating like a car. It helped my dizziness not be as bad and definitely allowed my brain to adjust more willingly. I turned my face away from the scenery anyway and buried it in her neck. I felt Tanya shiver ever so slightly from my nose running across her skin, and I couldn't stop my small smirk while I cuddled further into her, simultaneously inhaling her scent, making her shiver as I shielded my face from the wind. I wasn't sure for how long we had been running, but after at least 5 minutes she finally began to slow down, her pace still graceful, coming to a slightly jerkier stride when she slowed. It wasn't until we came to a full stop that I raised my head from her neck to look at where we were, and my jaw almost dropped. Instead of being in the middle of a forest with a clearing of some sort, we were on an assortment of rocks and boulders covered in moss with small trees growing through the cracks. We stood on a large and mostly flat boulder that overlooked much of the landscape and rocks below. In the middle of it was a blanket, picnic basket, a white carnation, a violet tulip and a red rose. It was beautiful. I blinked, completely and utterly stunned while Tanya gently set me down, suddenly appearing nervous when I didn't react besides blink. Do you like it? She asked, her arm moving around my waist to pull me flush against her body. I shook my head out of the gutter, turning my attention to the anxious woman next to me. A smile broke across my lips while my hand lifted to cup her cheek. It's amazing, Tanya, I breathed. I swept forward to connect our lips, and enjoyed the familiar pleasure of the kiss between us. I pulled back after several moments. Thank you. She nodded, grinning in happiness and relief. She nuzzled my cheek. Always. My Bella, she purred. I smiled when she gave it a small kiss, removed her arm from my waist to take my hand instead, and led us towards the blanket. I sat down, surprised by how comfortable the rock actually was, and positioned myself while Tanya sat, grabbing the flowers from on top of the basket. She held them towards me. I took them and stroked the petals as she moved closer. The carnation means remembrance, and we is something I always want us to remember, she started, curling her body to match how mine was seated on the ground. The tulip is faithfulness, and I want you to know that I would never break your trust, betray you or stray. And the rose, she stroked the red petals and smiled. I guess I am still a little old-fashioned. She pressed a gentle kiss to the corner of my mouth. A smile pulled on my lips and I turned my head, catching her lips with my own. They moved in a gentle and graceful dance together, letting my love and thanks for her show through the kiss. And I pushed everything I had into it before I pulled back. I rested my forehead against hers. I love you, Tanya. She pushed forward just a fraction. I love you too, Bella. So much. She kissed my cheek lovingly. You are my world now, Isabella. Since the moment I saw you, I have hardly been able to stand any moment without you near me. You are my rock and the love of my life. None could ever replace you. Quote, I pushed myself into her body, loving the words. You mean more to me than you could ever know, I murmured. Tanya let out a deep purr, wrapping both of her arms around me to pull me impossibly closer. Sam navzdy tvoya. The words came out with her purr, making them caress my ear in a familiar way even if I didn't know what she was saying. I smiled, close, my eyes and took in a deep breath of her scent. My spine felt like it was shuddering in delight from her scent, and my heart quickened just a beat. At least, it did until my stomach grumbled. I growled internally at it. I hadn't eaten this morning per Tanya's request, saying she had another plan for food this apparently, and now part of me wished I had so we could sit like this. The blonde holding me chuckled and pulled away. Come on, she said. Let's get on with your food. She kissed my head, unwrapped her arms from around me, and grabbed the basket to pull it closer to us. She flipped up a flap and brought out an insulated covered plate of still warm eggs, toast and bacon. My mouth watered when she uncovered the food and handed the plate towards me, grabbing a fork. I had Carmen help me make a few meals for today. She brought them here just a few minutes before we arrived. I nodded. Remind me to thank her, I said, taking the fork and plate. I cut up the eggs and began to eat, while Tanya pulled out a V8 for me to drink. She set the bottle in front of me and rolled back, setting her hands on the ground behind her to hold her up and stretched out her legs, hooking her ankles. I will, she smiled. But I'm sure she wouldn't mind you not saying anything. She's quite happy to do anything when it comes to you, you know. I nodded, taking another bite of eggs. I know, I said. But that doesn't mean I shouldn't thank her. It's common courtesy and I'd feel rude. She smiled fondly. I know, love, she chuckled. I'm just stating a fact. A fact that is sadly true forever. Why vampire living under the roof of my home at the moment? I doubt any of us would wait a second to fulfill a request you made, even if it was to cross an ocean, find an artifact, and then bring it back. I quirked my brow at her example, but swallowed down the eggs and a comment on it. I know, I said, I've seen it only about 100 times already when I'm over there or at my house. At your house? She asked confused. I nodded. Well, see might be too much of a word, but I heard enough when Rosalie was over, I said. I took a bite of bacon and watched her features twist with distaste at the mention of the blonde's visit. Oh, she managed, I forgot about that. I raised my brow at her quizzically and swallowed. I really doubt that you forgot about a vampire not belonging to your Then coming home covered in my scent and wearing my shorts while she carried her shoes and pants. I took another bite and enjoyed the small victory. The victory was Tanya's immediate stiffening and small hiss. You can't blame me for wanting to forget that, she defended. Rosalie went to my mate's house alone, was there for who knows how long, and returned in my mate's clothes smothered in your scent. I stretched a hand forward, touching her arm with a smile. I know, Tanya, I chuckled. I'm just teasing. I find it humorous. She frowned. I don't. I could have taken Rosalie's head off if Kate and Irina hadn't jumped her first. I couldn't help my small giggle at the image it provided. Rosalie had told me there had been another fight when she returned, and it didn't surprise me that Kate and Irina were involved in it. You shouldn't. She just wants to be my sister and nothing more. I watched Tanya relax just a little, even if she was in the shower with me. Her eyes went from gold to solid black in 1 second flat. She jerked her body to be on her feet, hands balled into fists at her sides, with a furious snarl on her lips. And even though I kind of hated to admit it, she looked pretty hot just then. She was what? Quote. I burst into laughter, putting the plate of food down on the ground next to me so it wouldn't be ruined during my laughter. I clutched my sides trying to help dull the ache that was quickly building from my laugh while Tanya began pacing, hardly fazed by my laughter, and started plotting. She has seen you naked, she hissed. I should banish her, or force her to forget. No, I should pull her eyes out. Yes, that could work. She wouldn't be able to see anything like that again. I shook my head, wiping away the tears that had begun to seep from my eyes. Tan, I panted. She didn't hear me. She could also be spying on her. That is not right. I'll have to take her fingers and nose for that as well, along with her boobs and eyes. My laughter began to die, even though my grin remained. And I called her name again, Tan. Or I could. Tanya. She stopped mid-step, Foot levitated in the air, finger still on her chin from tapping it pensively, and turned her deep brown eyes to me. I smiled, holding out my hand. "Come here." The blonde blurred to my side immediately, taking my hand in hers, and dropped down next to me so hard it definitely would have hurt if she were human. I smiled at her, chuckling, and drew my finger down her jaw when her big eyes looked at me. "I was just teasing you again, Tanya," I smiled. She pouted, looking absolutely adorable. "But you said she got in the shower with you," she whined. I shook my head. "She was in the shower with me," I agreed, "but she didn't get in herself. I had to drag her in so Charlie wouldn't see her." Her brow furrowed. "Huh." Quote. I smiled. "She snuck in my house to talk to me and I happened to be in the shower. She came into the bathroom, scared me, and made Charlie come up the stairs when he heard my startle. I had to drag her in so he didn't figure out the Cullens were here or for him to come in and find Rosalie randomly in the bathroom with me." Tanya blinked, processing the story. Why that I now found amusing looking back on it, and I patiently waited. Her eyes turned to a lighter shade of brown then dull gold a few moments before she shifted and cleared her throat. "Oh," she murmured. "I see." She glanced at me. "But she did see you naked." I rolled my eyes. "You're going to be so difficult about this," I said in faux annoyance. I grabbed the plate of food again and began to eat while Tanya shrugged, returning to her original position before she shot up. "It's my job," she said. I rolled my eyes again and swallowed another bite of food. Blank, underscore, blank. I clutched onto Tanya's hand tightly with a small yelp when a rock gave way under my food. In no means would it have made me fall, but it was enough to scare the crap out of me. Tanya chuckled, wrapping her other arm around me. "It's all right, Moha Laska," she purred. "I'm not going to let you fall." I glanced up at her. "What did you say?" I asked. She raised her brow before suddenly realizing what I meant and smiled. I said, "My love," in Slovak, she said. "It's my native language, Slovak." I blinked, having a brief memory of when she comforted me in her house while I had an episode. "You're from Slovakia?" I asked. She nodded with a small smile. "Yes, along with Kate and Irina, of course, that was 1,000 years ago." I cocked my head. "I don't think I know much of your past," I said. "Any of your pasts?" She pursed her lips with a slight nod. "I suppose that is our fault," she admitted. She glanced at me. "In all honesty, Bella, the past of my sisters and myself are not that wonderful. It's still hard for us to discuss to this day." I nodded in understanding and gave her hand a meaningful squeeze. "I understand what it's like to have a difficult past," I said. "I won't push you to tell me anything, Tanya. Whenever you and your sisters are ready you can tell me at your own time." Tanya tightened her hold on me and shook her head. "No," she said. She stopped walking, turning to face me. Her hands framed my face. "You deserve to know just as much about us as we do you, Bella." Her finger traced my cheekbone affectionately. I shook my head. "You don't need to feel obligated to." "I'm not," she insisted. She sighed, lowering her hands to take mine. "Please believe me when I say I'm not feeling obligated to share, Bella. I want to share with you, but you also deserve to know." She squeezed my hands. "I just need you to remember that this story may be harder for me to share." I nodded, showing her I understood. "I don't really remember much of my human life," she admitted. "It's more of a blur than anything." She glanced at me. "As you know can happen to vampires." I nodded. "I do remember everything in my time as a vampire, however, even if I wish I could sometimes switch my human memory for my vampiric memory." I squeezed her hands and knew exactly where this was heading. My sisters and I were all turned by the same woman Sasha. She was my biological great-aunt, and found me years before she found either Kate or Irina. She turned me and quickly became my adoptive mother. We found Kate and Irina along our time traveling through Slovakia, and they fell into our lifestyle easily after they were changed. She taught us how to live as succubi, at least, we made the idea of it. She taught us everything she knew of our world, and she taught us so much more. We were happy with her as a family, and loved her very deeply." She paused, looking down. I squeezed her hands, letting her know I was present and still listening. Tanya's eyes flickered up to my gaze for a moment, and she let a small smile show. She pulled me forward, wrapping her arms around me before she continued. Sasha made an immortal child, she said. Immortal children are outlawed in our world. They can never control their thirst or mature, and it makes them dangerous for our kind. She dipped her nose into my hair and inhaled my scent. The Volturi found out about the boy, and they came to us. My sisters and I had no idea she had even made him, and that was the way she wanted it, because she knew we would also be held responsible for it if we had known. Our lack of knowledge of the boy was the only reason why we lived that night, and didn't die along with him and Sasha. Her words trailed into a whisper at the end of her story, becoming incredibly soft while she lost herself in memory. Instinctively, I wrapped my arms around her waist and pulled her closer, burying my face in her shoulder to give as much comfort as I could. I didn't know what it was like to lose a parent, I would admit to that. But I did know what it was like to carry baggage that you hated to look back on. Some things are better kept away until they are needed, and even then it was hard to get through it without something or someone there. I didn't say anything, just held her and let her know I was there. Her face buried itself in my hair and I felt her inhale again, taking in a breath of my scent shakily. I tightened my hold on her just a fraction, nuzzling her shoulder with my nose. Tanya let out the smallest hum and continued in my ear softly, "It's hard to talk about Sasha. We loved her so much. And watching her die is one of the worst things I have ever experienced in my life, if not the worst." We went on a rampage in our grief, just barely staying under the Volturi's radar. We slept with whoever we deemed fit and killed them if they were human. I don't doubt that if we hadn't come to our senses in time we would still be living that unfulfilled life. I just turned my head, now letting the side of my face rest on her shoulder while I looked at the slope of her neck. I closed my eyes, tightening my hold again. Her nose slowly drug across my scalp to my forehead, GHTLY in an adoring manner, and kissed my forehead before laying her cheek on it. We stayed in that position for a long time with her arms around my waist and mine around her neck. Our eyes were closed, faces pressed into the person, and our breathing was almost synchronized with deep breaths and slow releases. It took us several minutes to realize we had begun to sway, moving back and forth in a gentle motion. It wasn't until Tanya hummed that I even realized it. "What are we doing?" she murmured in my ear. I furrowed my brow. Dancing. Without any music." I shrugged. "Who said music was needed?" The woman gave a small smile against my skin, turning her face to once again kiss my forehead with a nod. "Yes," she agreed. "Who, indeed?" Her grip around me tightened, pulling my hips flush against hers, and moved us in a more dance-like motion. I kept my eyes closed and my face buried in her neck. And, in the back of my mind, I could faintly hear the sound of soft music beginning to play with our movement. Tanya came to a steady stop outside of my house, and turned the car off after she put it into park. I turned my gaze to meet hers with a small smile that was returned by one of her own. Wordlessly, we both leant forward and pressed our lips together softly. I hooked my hand behind her neck, keeping her in place to make our kiss last longer and deeper. Tanya complied wholeheartedly. She leaned forward to set her hand on my thigh and flexed her fingers on my leg. The kiss didn't go any further, however, and stayed at the steady rhythm for a few more seconds before we pulled apart. The blonde drug her nose up my jawline, inhaling deeply. "I'll come to you tonight," she said. "Just keep your window open." I nodded, leaning into her when her lips pressed against my skin. "It's always open for you," I murmured. Tanya smiled, kissing my jaw again. "Possibly," she said, "but I still refuse to come unexpected. Something I find both annoying and strangely romantic." She huckled and kissed my cheekbone just under my eye. She did the same on the opposite side of my face, and then began to pepper kisses all over me. I giggled before her lips met mine once more in a final kiss. "Good night for now, Mohalaska." I smiled and pecked her lips. "Night, Tan," I said. I pulled back and grinned. "I love you." Her eyes lit up with her smile. "And I love you." I couldn't stop myself from leaning forward and giving her one last kiss while my hand found the handle. I opened the door and pulled away from the kiss, smiling while I exited the car, and shut the door behind me. I could feel her watching me walk to the house, making sure I was safe and most of the way inside the door before she drove off. Another thing I found slightly annoying and strangely romantic. I smiled to myself and closed the door behind me. I turned around to face the house. Charlie was sitting in the living room watching TV drinking a beer until he heard the door close and angled his head towards me. "Enjoy your day with Tanya." I nodded and walked forward with a smile. "Yeah, I did. She took me on a picnic in this rock area. It was really neat." I grinned. He nodded with a small smile. "Sounds like a good time." I nodded excitedly. "It was," I agreed. I sat down on the arm of the couch. "I think we both enjoyed having some alone time together. We won't get much of it now with both the Cullens and the LaPush gang coming up here." He nodded. "That's understandable," he said. He took a drink of his beer. "You need to get as much groping in as you can." "Dad," he laughed. "I'm kidding, Bella," he said. He looked at me. "I'm not immune to the idea that you and Tanya are exploring at least a little in your relationship. It's just what you do." I shook my head. "I am not having this conversation with you. You already did. Then I'm ending it before it gets worse." I turned and headed up the stairs while he laughed on the couch. Leave it to Charlie to find an opportunity to tee on sex between his daughter and her girlfriend. Even though he was awkward, he was a dad. There was always room for that. I rolled my eyes while disappearing in my room to gather my things for my shower. I shut the door behind me and began to peel off the layers of clothes covering me. I was taking off one of the many shirts when I heard, "You want help, Bella?" I launched myself backwards into the door with a loud thud. The sound was much louder than the actual force of the hit itself, but it was enough to alarm both the occupants of the room and Charlie downstairs. In a second, I found Mys. Elf lying on my stomach stretched across my bed with my shirts up to show my back and a cool hand running over my skin. "Did you hurt yourself? We didn't mean to scare you," Alice fretted. "Bells, are you all right?" Charlie called up the stairs. I grunted and pushed the hand off while calling, "I'm good." I turned over to look at Alice, Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett. All four were crowded around my bed. Alice with one knee on it for examining me and watched me carefully like I was about to spontaneously combust. "What are you doing here?" Alice smiled happily, sitting down sideways on my bed. Rosalie ignored my question and leant forward to grab my face. "We're here to surprise you, silly," Alice said. Rosalie began to rotate my head. "I can see that, but what I mean is why you are here besides that," I said. "Does your head hurt?" Rosalie asked. I looked at the blonde confused. "What? No, I'm fine. Obviously we wanted to spend time alone with you without having to worry about having our time stolen from us and without Edward sulking around," Emmett said cheerily. He gave his signature monkey grin at the end. Rosalie held up her left index finger. "Follow my finger." I looked at Emmett. "You do know Tanya will be coming over, right?" "Of course she is," Jasper shrugged, "but that doesn't change the fact we want to reconnect. Besides, I think it would be good for us to be alone together without both families hanging around." "But," Rosalie tapped my cheek with the hand still holding my face impatiently for my attention. "Bella, follow my finger," she ordered. I rolled my eyes, but did as she asked while she moved it left and right. "Couldn't you wait to do that later?" I asked. "I'm pretty sure she won't be happy with it." Emmett waved his hand dismissively and took my attention off Rosalie's finger. "PFF, she has all the time with you she wants. It's our turn to get our time alone with you. Besides, the Denali's have had you all to themselves for long enough. It's our turn to be with our Bella on our own for once without them hovering." I glanced at Emmett a little surprised with how jealous he actually did sound, for once. He usually was just smiling and hadn't done possessive so far, but I could see the frown on his face at the thoughts of his statement along with the other Cullens. "Vampires." I was forced to look away by Rosalie snapping her fingers impatiently. I spluttered and smacked her hands away. "Rose, I'm fine, seriously. You can stop giving me a checkup like my doctors," I hissed. Rosalie looked like she had just been punched or something, and I almost regretted my slapping of her hands until her eyes lit up and a smile took over her surprise. I frowned. "What?" she purred happily. "You called me Rose." I nodded, unsure exactly how that was relevant. Yeah." Her smile grew and she crawled to be seated next to me, wrapping her arms around me with a happy nuzzle. "You haven't called me that before," she purred. Honestly, I would have thought she was a little girl. I shrugged. Guess I never had a reason, I responded. Rosalie just purred louder and nuzzled me again, not verbally responding while Jasper sat right behind Alice and gathered his mate in his arms. Emmett took the opportunity to take up the rest of the bed with a large dopey grin on his face. So, Alice said happily, what should we do first? Talk, Jasper suggested. Like normal people do. No, she chided him, that's far too bland. We need something fun to do. She paused and then looked at me. Of course, talking with you would never be boring, Bella. I shrugged. I'm awesome. Of course it wouldn't be. Emmett sniggered before he shot up his hand. Oh, we can play truth or dare, he grinned. That way we could learn more about each other in a fun way while doing some stupid things as well. Rosalie rested her head on my shoulder to regard her mate. As long as it doesn't involve Bella being put in any kind of danger, I'm all right with it, she said. She angled her head to look at me. If that's all right with you, Bella. I shrugged. It wasn't like I had anything better to do. Fine, I said. I shifted. But can I get a few shirts off of me first, please? I'm burning up here. Of course. In 2 seconds in a large blur I was left in the light t-shirt I had worn under it all with the other clothes set neatly on my piano bench and my shoes under it with my many socks. I blinked, looking at the group. I know what my clothes feel like now. The group smiled while Rosalie again made herself comfortable next to me with her arms wrapped around me. Emmett sat up. I'll go first. He focused his eyes on me. Bella, truth or dare? Truth. He leant forward. Which family do you like better? The Denali's or us? I physically felt the vampires in the room lean forward for my answer and I coughed. I meant dare, I said. They groaned. Oh, come on, Bella. Alice called. It's just an innocent answer. You won't hurt our feelings. Yeah, Emmett put in. We have hearts of steel. We can take a rejection if it's fired at us. He pounded his fist on his chest over his heart. I rolled my eyes. You know that this is kind of an unfair question towards me, I said. But it is a question, Rosalie pressed. And, since it is a question in this game, you need to answer it honestly. You did pick truth after all, so you have to give the truth. Otherwise, what is the point of the game? Damn, she had me there. I sighed and shook my head, trying to find a way to even answer the question without lowering or raising any egos of either family. I took in a breath and shrugged. I guess I feel more familiar with the Denali's, I said. Familiar doesn't count, Jasper pouted. This is about who you like more and who you don't like. I shrugged. It does to me. I've spent more time with the Denali's recently. My mate is the leader of their coven, and they have been there for me for the past few months. I mean, they took me to my chemotherapy, my checkup, and have let me stay at their house after a treatment and taken care of me. I haven't seen you guys for 2 years, and we haven't really connected much over the time you've been here to see how the other has changed. So, I'm more familiar with them than I am you. I knew it was a softer way to answer it, but I still felt and saw shoulders sink in slight disappointment. They did seem to understand my reasoning. However, they couldn't say they had been there for me for the past few years or months they left. After all, when I first found out my cancer was back, they didn't have as much to say. That makes sense, I suppose, Rosalie grumbled. And that's why we're gonna be here now, Alice declared. She rested her hand on my knee. We're not gonna leave you this time, Bella. We're gonna stay and we're gonna do just as much if not more than the Denali's do for you. I promise you that. The others nodded in affirmative. Always, Jasper swore. Even if you need help getting out of your pajamas when you're an old lady, or need to change your diaper. Jasper, Alice gasped. Emmett burst into laughter. I smiled at the blonde soldier and shifted in Rosalie's hold to rest more comfortably against the woman. Rose gave a small purr and nuzzled my hair gently before I cleared my throat. All right, I said, I got one for all of you. Let's hear it, Alice urged. She too, RNED to lean against Jasper and prop her feet up on my lap. I cocked my head with a small smirk. Which Denali do you hold the largest grudge against? I asked. Their faces immediately fell into frowns. Aha, payback. Do we only get to pick one? Alice grumbled. I rolled my eyes. Come on, guys, be honest here, I urged. I smiled. It is a game after all, and you have to be honest about it and tell me who it is and why. So, Come on, who is it? The group grumbled and then Rosalie hissed out, the Denali sisters. All three nodded in agreement, scowling. I glanced back at the blonde. Really? I asked, surprised. Including Tanya. Emmett nodded. Yeah, Tanya's included in that, he said. Why? Alice snorted. She has her hands all over you, she hissed, and you are our little sister. I don't care if she is your mate or that I can see the future of you and her. I don't like it. I don't like how she's got her scent on you all of the time. Jasper frowned. Or her arousal towards you, he said. I can feel it and smell it every time you're around, even when you can't see it through her eyes. I don't like anyone feeling that towards my little sister, mate or no. Emmett and Rosalie huffed in agreement with deep-set scowls. I glanced around the group, realizing for the first time just how much the Cullens still saw me as their coven member. I had known they considered it Rosalie and SME especially, but the rest kept it down decently well until now when we were all alone together. It was like the polite filter was off. I shifted uncomfortably at the realization. What about Kate and Irina? They think you're theirs, Rosalie hissed. Kate gets on my nerves how much she rubs it in my face that she can say she loves you before you leave, hug you and call you her sister. If she isn't careful, I will tear her arms off and feed them to her. Emmett sneered. Irina isn't much better, he grumbled. She likes to sneak her scent on you all the time, or be at your side when Tanya isn't. I'm about ready to tie her 3 times around a tree. I rolled my eyes. You'll do no such thing, Emmett, I said. But she deserves it, he protested. We had you first and therefore I think we should be allowed to have more time with you. I'm tired of being second and having to hang back and watch them get to be around you and I'm not a goddamn toy, Emmett, I snapped. You can't go whining about losing me and saying you deserve me because you were with me first. You left me. You had a chance, but you gave that up at the first opportunity. You had to drop the mic and walk the hell out. His golden eyes widened and Rosalie squeezed me. You know that's unfair, Bella. We left because I know why you left, Rosalie, I hissed. I pushed her arms off. You left because you thought why? Oh, you could protect me and keep me safe from anything happening again. You forgot something important though. I moved off the bed slightly to glare at them. I am human. I am a sick, weak human. You had nothing to protect me from. That incident was bound to happen sometime, and it was handled. You know what you left me with? Nothing. Fucking nothing. Their heads ducked and Alice reached forward with a whimper. Bella. I smacked her hand away. No, I snapped. I don't want to hear your excuses. I was sick as a kid, Alice. I was tormented by others. I was molded into the Bella Swan you knew in Forks by them. I was never me. I had nothing and no one for 17 years until I moved to Forks and met you. I was in remission and had friends. I could walk down the hall and not be seen as that girl. I wasn't seen as the victim or the cancer patient. I was seen as someone, and not her. Tears filled my eyes as I took in a shuddering breath. You gave me a life. A life I never dreamed possible back in Phoenix. I could have a family and someone who loved me, people who protected me. I wiped away a single falling tear. And then you leave me. You packed up and left. You took everything I had that day, Alice. I had just been told I could possibly die from my illness, and then you, the people and family I loved, took what hope I had left. I was left with nothing, because of you. I was a shell of myself. I had no reason to live anymore. I wanted to die. I wanted to just give up and let the cancer take me this time. I wanted to let it win. I wiped away 2 more tears. And you know what? I would have let it win had it not been for Jacob, for the pack and my father. I wouldn't be here with Tanya or the Denalis if it wasn't for them. I would either be dead from my own hand or Victoria. They took me in when I needed them. They watched over me, gave me something that I had lost. They helped me want to live again. They made me see how I was worthy of living. How I did have an entire life to live right in front of me if I kept fighting. They were there for me when I needed them, and they protected me when Victoria came for me. They are my family just as much as the Denalis are. I wiped away more tears while they stared at me with lowered heads and venom tear-filled eyes. So, Emmett, I won't let any of you sit here and say that when you have given me no reason to let you near me. The only thing you have ever done good is break my heart to let me be me again, and that is all. Damn it, Even Victoria, who set on vengeance for what you did to her, took pity on me before she died. I sniffled. Give me a reason why I should trust you, Emmett, when all you and your family seem to do is bring me pain. He gave no answer. His gaze was locked down on the sheets with a deep frown. Rosalie took in a ragged breath while Alice covered her mouth to hold back a sob. Another tear leaked out of my eye. Rosalie took in a breath. You said you didn't try to commit suicide. She finally whispered. You said you didn't. I snorted, wiping away the tear. Yeah, well, not trying doesn't mean I didn't think about it. Rosalie closed her eyes and her bottom lip quivered. Jasper wrapped his arms around Alice and Emmett took hold of Rosalie, comforting his mate even though he looked close to venom tears himself. Why, Bella? Jasper whispered. Why? I shrugged as my tears slowly stopped. Why not? I asked. You heard what I said, Jasper. I had nothing. I had no purpose for all I was concerned, and to me it would just be the world without one less cancer victim. But you did have purpose, Alice sniffled. We love you, Bella. We always have since we first met you. You had Charlie and Renee. You had friends. I shook my head. Quote, I became a loner after you left from my depression and Charlie couldn't do much. He was suffering from seeing me in such a state, and Renee wouldn't know what to do. I was alone. Alice pulled away from Jasper to take my hand, pulling me forward despite my small objection. She cupped my face and stared hard into my eyes for a heartbeat, then pulled me into a tight hug. You aren't alone anymore, she whispered. I swear to you, Bella. We will never leave you again. I'll break away from the coven if I have to, but I will never leave you like that again. I'll always be here for you, and I promise. That until you forgive us, forgive me, I won't stop fighting for the right to be near you. I closed my eyes, unable to resist her embrace, and wrapped my arms around Alice to pull her closer. I had missed hugging the little pixie when I wanted to. Alice had been my best friend in Forks before Jacob, and I had missed her terribly. I just hoped I could trust her now. Blank. It took a few minutes for everyone to calm down from my tirade and the tears before we fell into a rough rhythm with each other. It was awkward for the first 5 minutes, then it began to smoothen out and I began to relax with the 4 Cullen children in my room. I enjoyed spending time with them alone. I had forgotten how it felt, and having both Jasper and Rosalie in on it as well was far better. The 2 Hales actually had quite a sense of humor I never pegged them to have, from Jasper either having his nose in a history book or Rosalie with her magazines. It was nice to be able to relax with them, and I soon found myself wrapped in Rosalie's arms again, nestled between her legs while she leant against my headboard. The position, surprisingly, was quite comfortable and I was enjoying it quite immensely. It still wasn't anything like Tanya's, though. At least, I was, until we were all chuckling at a comment Alice made about the wolves and we heard a throat clear. Our heads turned to find Tanya leaning against the wall with her arms crossed over her chest and a single brow raised quizzically. And what, she started lowly, is going on here? Her eyes swept over my entire body before they fixed on Rosalie and me at the headboard with me wrapped in the woman's arms. Rosalie shrugged, setting her chin on my shoulder with an over-innocent smile at Tanya. Just some sibling bonding time, she said. We thought we should have time alone with her while we could before the dogs arrived. Tanya hummed. I see, she strained. She focused her eyes on me and then said, I believe Bella and I made plans for tonight. And I think we would both like to start them. Surely we could stay for a little longer. Alice pushed, smiling. It wouldn't really be that big of a problem, would it? Tanya frowned. It would be in my plans of being alone with my mate as much as possible before the smelly mutts arrive. Now, if you would, please, she waved her hand expectantly towards the window. The Cullens gave grunts of aggravation, but didn't argue with the leader. Rosalie kissed my head and squeezed me carefully from behind. I'll see you later, Bells, okay? She asked. I nodded. All right, Rose, I agreed. The blonde glanced at the coven leader watching the scene irritably and then rubbed her cheek on mine before she pulled away with a satisfied purr. Tanya was glaring daggers at Rosalie while she rose from the bed to let Emmett give me a hug. Bye-bye, Bella Bear, he said. Bye, Emmett. He with extreme care squeezed me before he let go and went to join his mate at the window. Alice attacked me next with a hug that was gentle for her and kissed both of my cheeks. "See you tomorrow, Bella," she chirped, then got off the bed and headed for the window. Jasper seemed hesitant at first, unsure what to do when I smiled at him and opened my arms. The man gave me an unsure smile, but moved forward to give me a quick and light hug. He sniffed my neck carefully, testing himself, and then relaxed to hold me a little tighter. I squeezed him. "Bye, Jasper." "Goodbye, Bella," he drawled. I smiled and released him to see his satisfied and proud smile before he moved off the bed to join his mate. The four nodded to Tanya and then disappeared with the coven leader watching them carefully from her post at the window. After they were gone, she slowly turned her head towards me, and before I knew it had happened, I was lying on my back. Tanya straddled me, her hand pressed lightly against my collarbone with her face buried in my neck while she inhaled along the skin deeply. The tip of her nose lightly moved up and down the muscle in my neck and along my shoulder enough to make me shiver. "Tanya," I called lowly. She took in another breath and hummed before pulling away with a pout. "You smell like them," she whined. Holy shit, she sounded like a 2-year-old. I shrugged. "They were hugging me, you know. And Rosalie did hold me from behind," I reminded her gently. She frowned. "That doesn't mean I have to like it," she argued. Rolling off of me, she sat on the edge of my bed and pulled me up to give me a small push. "Go shower, then we can cuddle." The end for today. Thanks for watching. If you guys wish to have part 4, do 500 plus views and 10 comments and I'll upload the part 4 of the story. Do check out the products I've added in comment box.